Hello. It is Final Fantasy XIV time again, featuring Sucro. Even though it was Final Fantasy XIV time featuring Sucro yesterday, it is that again. I'm not in the 100% best shape ever, but I never am, I guess. But I'll do my best. I think the captions are working again. Here's Sucro. Hello, Sucro. I think it's funny that there's a look at the camera button. Anyway. We have a list of various objectives again, as we did last time. Beginning with the role quests epilogue, since we did all of the Endwalker role quests. But hey, do you want to see something weird? Check out this book. Wait, what? They've invented one-dimensional pages. I don't know how they did this, or why. Is this intentional? Is this unintentional? It feels like it has to be intentional, right? It feels simultaneously like it's intentional and unintentional, because this feels like an error that you could end up with in the process of creating a model. So I wouldn't be surprised if this was an accident and then they were like, throw it in, or something like that. What does the book look like when sheathed? It's difficult to tell because of my sweater covering it up, but I think it also lacks the cover when sheathed. But yeah, I guess I'm a scholar today. For right now. Why not? Anyway. Whoa. Sucro, turn around. I guess we should just go ahead and begin. Bitter snow. Everyone is here. Well, if it isn't Sucro, an all-around good egg and champion of, well, the whole world, I suppose. Word travels fast, my friend. We've heard all about your exploits defeating the blasphemies that plagued the good people of Eorzea and Doma. Sadly, there are other fell beasts that yet want for slaying, but fear not, our efforts to bring them low proceed apace, and we've had naught but glad tidings from our allies. Perhaps the most surprising report came from Werlet, where soldiers led by the infamous Black Wolf fought alongside Alamican troops for yet another hard-earned victory. Reports from Garlemald, however, suggest another blasphemy threat lurks in the snows, and we received a petition for assistance. Gasp. Strange, don't you think? When the effects of the final days began to spread in earnest, we encountered a great many monsters in Garlemald, but never a blasphemy. And to make matters worse, they say the Garleans who chose to remain and rebuild have begun transforming into yet more hideous creatures. From what I understand, it was you and your comrades that brought an end to the source of the final days, is that right? Even so, it would appear its effects will linger a while longer. Until this malevolent influence on Akasha subsides, I dare say this won't be the last time we hear of such sightings. As for the blasphemy, we have reason to believe it is a great deal stronger than any we've faced thus far. Your strength and experience would prove quite valuable if you're willing to help, of course. Of course I'll help. Truly, our contacts in Charlian will be thrilled to hear it. Though they did not explicitly request your presence, it was clear from the first they were hoping for it. Though, if I may be frank, I was not expecting Charlian, of all places, to be so concerned with the present state of Garlemald, but with their strict policies on non-intervention. Perhaps we'll find out the reason before this is all over. But that's an inquiry for another time. I'll not keep you any longer. Once you arrive in Garlemald, I should think the intelligence officers stationed there will be more than happy to apprise you of the situation. Okay. So, the world is saved had an asterisk next to it. That's concerning a little bit. Sucro? The Sucro? It's an honor to have you with us, miss. I presume you've come to assist in our hunt for the blasphemy? Nod. Hello, and welcome. What's concerning is that it seems that the world is not entirely saved by being saved, because the role quest epilogue is like, there's still blasphemies happening, which seems concerning. That's what's concerning. Maximil and Lucia will be pleased to hear it, if you would come this way. That's true. That's fair, I guess. It is good to see you, Sucro, though I wish it were under more fortuitous circumstances. We were reluctant to call upon you, knowing you but recently returned from the far reaches of the heavens, but we are no less glad for your aid. Nod. Nod. Now then, I believe it best if the man who first discovered this blasphemy explained the situation. Surprise, it's Portiono. Ah, Sucro, good. We may forego introductions then. Thank you for answering our call for assistance. As for the situation at hand, it concerns a joint effort between the Forum and the Loporits to find new purpose for the moon. While there is no longer a need for a vessel to evacuate the star, we believe the moon may yet prove of use to the people of Aetheris. After much contemplation, a rather ingenious proposal was put forward to transform the moon into a repository for man's knowledge, an archive of hitherto unseen scale. Charlian has long had the honor of boasting incomparable repositories of the world's knowledge, but it is far from perfect. Should calamity befall us, natural or otherwise, the wisdom of ages we have long labored to preserve would be lost. But the moon is beyond any such risk. What's more, it is beyond the jurisdiction of any one nation. Thus did we consult the allied nations of Eorzea, the Far East, and Radzet-Han. They agreed to assembling a survey team to take measure of the moon and its potential as a repository. The moon is still inherently funny for some reason. Our plans for assessment were forestalled, however, by the presence of an entity we believe to be a blasphemy in the Tower of Babel. Claims of Garlean citizens transforming into monsters shortly after its discovery only gave further credence to our initial supposition. But we've not only ill tidings to share. Reinforcements have been dispatched to aid us in quelling the blasphemy threat. Lord Artoirel and a member of Gridania's Keepers of the Entwined Serpents have already begun an investigation into the catalyst of these transformations. Oh, you mean the guy who will never get a name? Probably? Just give the guy a name already. Though the skies no longer burn and the spread of this affliction is much curtailed, we must remain vigilant. Until the blasphemy threat has been quelled, Alphino and Alize have graciously offered to help keep calm the people of Tertium while we attend to the people here. Nod. But the matter of the blasphemy is not so easily resolved, I'm afraid. We recently met with certain complications that have hindered our plans. Yugiri and Fordola are presently deliberating how best to resolve the situation. Perhaps it would be best if you heard the details directly from them. Nod. I should like to join you, if I may. As this endeavor was originally undertaken on Charlene's behalf, I feel it is my responsibility to see this through to its conclusion. I wonder if anyone is surprised to see Sucro's different aesthetic as she's running around solving problems. I'm not gonna get over this weird book. Wait, hold on. It makes a weird noise too. One-dimensional paper featuring floating objects. Weird. What a weird book. Huh, somehow I should have known you would turn up eventually. Well, yeah, I'm helping. I did not expect to see you here of all places. Or you here of all places, but I am no less glad for your presence. I presume word of the blasphemy is what brought you here, in which case I believe it may be best if a member of the reconnaissance team's guard explain the situation. Oh, you? An acquaintance of yours. Hey there, Lawrence. How you doing? I'd tell you were the worldly sort, but bugger me if I knew you heard my name before. Oh, I recognize your earring, actually. Now that I've... It's a Glimmer earring that was added at some point that I actually have one of, but in a different color. I'm just a lowly sword for hire, hoping to fatten my purse with a touch of mercenary work after taking my leave from Limsa. The job sounded simple enough, but, well, I'm sure you wouldn't be here if it were, eh? You didn't come all this way to hear about me, did you? The blasphemy we're after is making its nest in the upper reaches of the Tower of Babel. The auxiliary sector, I believe it was. But he wasn't alone. A sizable horde of beasts was circling about like knights protecting their queen. Naturally, we thought to strike from a distance before engaging in earnest, but not a single bullet reached its mark. They were protected by some manner of mystical shroud as far as I could figure. Without a keen eye for magic, I don't see anyone getting through. By the time we understood the futility of the situation, we'd been spotted. Retreat was our only option. Pains me to say it, but there won't be any brute force in our way through this one. My understanding was that once transformed, these blasphemies are completely devoid of ether. With what energies could it create such a barrier? Nod. That's the question, isn't it? My first thought was some heretofore unknown technique for conjuring shields. Needless to say, I'm out of my depths when it comes to matters of magic. Thank you for petting Calico, and welcome. Which is precisely why I plan to speak with the Elder Seedseer when she arrives. If anyone can help us find a way to overcome the blasphemy's protection, it's her. In the meantime, could we trouble you to help with the not-so-small matter of people changing into beasts? Blasphemy's horde was large enough when first we found it. We can't afford more to join its ranks. Very well. We shall reconvene with Lord Artoirel and discuss strategy. Nod. Before you go, there's something else you should know about the tower. From the moment we set foot inside, I could swear there was someone or something watching us. Shrugged it off, thinking it a figment of my imagination, but in hindsight, I'm not so sure. Nod. Hello and welcome. Nothing to worry ourselves about now, but best keep on your guard when we finally do return to the tower, eh? Okay, bye! This really is everyone is here, like, for the third time, fourth time of Endwalker. Arenvald sends his regards, by the way. He asked me to tell you not to push yourself, but we all know what a waste of breath that'll prove to be. Lord Hien will be arriving ere long, aptly dressed for the cold, I should hope. Gosetsu would no doubt count himself fortunate to be absent if he knew we were here. Gods, what I wouldn't give for a nice hot bowl of soup. I mean, you look like you're dressed fairly warmly, but I guess that's probably pretty light fabric. Which would, you know, that would make sense given it's based on, like, Edward's outfit from 4. And I think Edward was in, like, the desert type kingdom. Thanks. This is just my level 90 healer outfit for now, but yeah. By the way, since new people keep showing up, you want to see a really weird book? Seems normal. Maybe. There's a weird floating object. Why? Why did they invent one-dimensional paper? It's so weird. Also, the sound this book makes. Still weird also. It's normal. Hello, keeper of the entwined serpents. You should have a name, probably still. Under normal circumstances, I would never dream of leaving the Elder Seedseer's side, but considering the nature of these blasphemies and the calamity they bring, she insisted a representative for Gridania precede her arrival. I could just call you Keeper. Or like, Snake Man, or something. Twitch keeps telling me welcome to the chat room, and I'm pretty sure that I'm, like, not leaving. It would appear their investigation into the recent reports of refugees transforming is well underway. Ah, Sucro, 'tis good to have you with us, my friend. Indeed, the road before us is not an easy one, and a woman of your talents will prove invaluable to our efforts. We but recently returned from reconnaissance, wherein we made a few rather surprising discoveries. First and foremost, we were pleased to discover that no one residing within Camp Broken Glass or Tertium have turned, no doubt thanks to the concerted efforts of Maxima, Alphino, and Alize. However, we have reason to believe those who did turn all hail from Locus Amonis. You mean Corvos, the Garlean's ancestral home? Oh, that's not good. That's where Graha's from. The very same. When the ill effects of the final days began to manifest there, a number of Garlean refugees from the region sought sanctuary in Garlemald. But the capital was already in ruins when they arrived. They were offered asylum, but many refused and instead chose to fend for themselves on the outskirts of the city. Nod. We have a mind to go and speak with them directly if you would care to join us. Perhaps together we can learn of what their recent circumstances, or what of their recent circumstances has triggered such a terrible change among their people. This is gonna be a fairly involved epilogue, which is fine. Locus Amonis has suffered greatly. I almost made Fortuno Dr. Wily Mega Man 8. Locus Amonis has suffered greatly in the wake of the final days, Mega Man. What if he did sound like that, though? What if Fortuno sounded like Dr. Light Mega Man 8? It's only natural that they would start shelter at the capital. God. I can but imagine their horror upon arrival. If we find that meteor, we have to hide behind a boulder to not die instantly, Mega Man. It's all because Sucro invented behemoths in the past. In the previous stream. Anyway. I'm not Garlean by blood, but having been raised in the Imperial provinces, I would be lying if I said I am not moved by their plight. Oh. Tinctures. The fancy type of them, even. Maybe. Wisukro? Yeah. Time being of the essence, I believe it prudent we split into 2 groups and cover as much ground as we may, as quickly as possible. If you and Master Fortuno would inquire after the people at Victor's spoils, the 2 of us shall see what we may learn at Liminal Station 4. When you've finished, pray meet us there. This is also really interesting because it's Fortuno is going around doing things, which he didn't really do a lot of in the main story. Victor's spoils is to the east of here, yes? Let us be off. Nod. The entire reason I started doing... I went into that Mega Man 8 tangent is because I just accidentally Elmer-fudded a word. Speaking is difficult, and people don't say this enough. Possibly because speaking is difficult to do. That's a gross creature, and larger than usual. Oh, look at it wiggle, though, when it moves quickly. That's something. Fortuno is hiding behind the boulder because he heard there was a meteor somewhere. That they should choose to reside here in the cold, I can but presume they will not be amenable to conversation. Even so, we must not be deterred. Come.
A swing meteor has fallen to Earth just a wee ago. This meteor seems to be emitting a powerful energy signature. Something this powerful must not fall into the hands of evil.
I didn't know what to expect from Calico reading text written in that way, but it was good. Meteow. Talk? What is there to talk about? We've no home, no future, nothing. This doom spells the end for us all. No, you just have to get healed to full HP or stand on the special tile and the doom, it's fine. Come to hear our grievances, have you? Huh. More than you have time to hear them, I'm sure. We've lost not 1 but 2 homes, our loved ones, our livelihood, there's nothing left. I served my time with the military, aye, for what? To lose all my friends, my son. And there was not to show for it but our claim to Locus Amonis. Or so we thought. Calamity was visited upon us for reasons we know not, and when we thought to flee it followed our heels to Garlemald, ruin and ash at every turn. I'm glad the game is saying, even though you save the world, it's not immediately all fixed. That's good, I think. Probably. Shall we meet back here when we've finished? Can't imagine why you or anyone else would feign interest in our troubles, but if you insist, you'll find a great many of the people here were once in the military at one time or another, some retiring with honors and others without. Sadly, I'm one of the latter, bore one too many scars in battle. Even so, my contributions were enough to warrant leave to move to Locus Amonis. It was a land of warmth and beauty. The Corvosi rebellion, admittedly, proved troublesome for a time, but it didn't take long for the Second Legion to quell their uprising. It could practically drown in the calm and quiet. And then one day the skies came alive with flame. We were overrun by all manner of foul beasts born of our brothers and sisters. The Second Legion barely had time to assemble their forces before they were overrun and snuffed out. We barely escaped with our lives. But we were greeted only with more rack and ruin, and on our arrival here, we have not the strength to take our home back from the Corvosi a second time. There's nothing left for us anywhere. Hey, I feel like Graha should be getting involved with this questline. Like Corvosi being his ancestral home and all that. Did you learn aught of how they came to be in such dire straits? I did. I see. I heard much of the same. The military forces of Locus Amonis were defeated in the wake of the final days. Desperate to survive, they naturally fled to Garlemald seeking sanctuary. It was their hope that the might of the Empire would allow them to reclaim the home they were forced to abandon, but the capital was already in ruin when they arrived. Needless to say, the lands they have long believed to be the ancestral home of the Garlean people may remain forever lost to them. Those unfamiliar with history would believe they've always resided in the bitter cold climes of northern Ilsabard, but that was only after the Corvosi invaded 800 years prior. With the advent of Magitech, I believe it was all too easy for Emperor Solus to rally his people and take back what they believed to be rightfully theirs. Nod. Yet history would tell us true, that the land they call Locus Amoenus has been known by other names and served as home to myriad peoples. Indeed, one need only look back to the Allegans' reign in the Third Astral Era to give the lie to Garlean claims of sovereignty. Yet even had they such ancestral ties to Locus Amoenus, antecedents can't justify their animosity to foreign peoples. Every time I read Locus Amoenus or Amoenus, I almost want to say Locus Among Us, or Amogus. Anyway. You know, now that they've done a Fall Guys collaboration, who's stopping them from doing an Among Us collaboration, if you think about it? Those things are, like, adjacent in some way. Sort of. Anyway, animosity poorly veiled by delusions of justice, as has been the case for so many nations throughout history. Would that man had the sense and strength of will to break free from such chains of hatred. Help! Someone help! They've turned! Another monster? Quickly, Sucre, we haven't a moment to lose. Portiono's going to fight something? I think he's done that before, actually, but I don't quite remember. I don't remember how he fought either. Probably Book. He's probably Bookman. Maybe? Gods, what happened? Hey, look, it's a radio. One of my mates seemed unwell, so I thought to come over and look in on him. Next thing I know, he... No one appears to be injured. Did he not attack? He just walked off in the direction of the tower, in a daze as if it was calling to him. Oh no. He could not have gone far. If you'd go after him, I'll remain here and see that all are accounted for. I think the blasphemies are being even more like Sin Eaters than they were a second ago. This is some real Sin Eater, getting some real Sin Eater vibes from this. Howdy. I need to remember, okay, I have Dissipation over here. So one weird thing about Scholar that I didn't really realize for a while is Dissipation, the button that deletes your fairy temporarily in order to give you, like, stronger healing and stuff. Also gives you 3 Ether Flow stacks, so it's also part of your damage, meaning that Scholar, technically speaking, has the most complicated, like, opener of a healer because you need to delete your fairy and then also use your other ether flow stuff. Scholar is a bit of a mess sometimes. Dissipation feels really risky to use too. I don't know. The beast is slain then, thank the heavens. For a blessing no others have turned and a measure of calm has been restored, if only for the moment. Witnesses were able to offer clues to the source of the transformation. They claim the afflicted was listening to this radio. Even now it continues to play the same cryptic message. Oh no, the radios have turned evil. But they were so... the opposite of evil, kind of. They were like... they were preventing people from turning before. Empire, no more, never again, rise, ashes. Though distorted by the radio static, you can hear a voice saying, "The Empire is no more. Never again shall it rise from the ashes." But how is this possible? There are no facilities left standing that could possibly deliver a broadcast. Anima was capable of sending such a message, or the last time this happened, the signal came from the Tower of Babel. Both of these are true. Anima was sending a message like that before. Be that as it may, Anima is no more, and the Tower of Babel has fallen into disrepair, by your hand, no less. I think the radios were preventing turning before... Actually, maybe not, actually. Now I'm confused. Which begs the question, who, or perhaps what, could be behind this? Sucro, Master Fortuno, a moment if you would. They prevented the first wave, okay. Shortly after we finished our inquiry at Liminal Station 4, Lord Emmerich and Admiral Merlvib arrived and requested an audience. Okay, so they've done both good and bad already. They're still bad right now. Potentially. Apologies for our late arrival. Knowing firsthand the devastation of which blasphemies are capable, I discussed the matter with the Admiral, and we were of one mind that the situation warranted our immediate presence. Is it safe to presume a representative of the survey team has already arrived? Indeed, I have. Thank you for coming all this way on such short notice. Recent events here at the camp have proved most enlightening. Fortuno explains. Distant wolf howling, I think. And this is the aforementioned radio. Empire no more. Never again. Rise, ashes. A harsh reminder of the misfortune. Sufficient to push some wayward few over the edge, it would seem. Yet there still remains the question of who is sending this message, and from where. Glory everlasting, Garlemald. For glory everlasting, for Garlemald. No, it couldn't be. Nod. You recognize this message? Nod. A mantra often spoken by Lord Nerva. Anyone who lived in the provinces under his authority could scarcely forget those words. Gasp. Well, that seems bad. He sought to claim the throne after the assassination of Emperor Varus, did he not? After civil war broke out, he all but disappeared according to the intelligence we managed to gather. How could he have managed to breach the tower undetected? To have done so and remained unnoticed by the creatures infesting the tower seems a nigh impossible task. Unless... Do you think the voice on the radio is the blasphemy, or do you think the voice on the radio is Nerva? Could the voice be the blasphemy? I do. And as it was with Anima, those radios are somehow attuned to whatever signal it emits from the tower. What's more, I believe the true identity of the blasphemy is Nerva. Robbed of the throne and forced to watch the Empire he longed to command crumble before his very eyes. If such loss did not drive him to the same fate as Quintus, the despair he felt no doubt overcame and turned him. Nerva's delusions of grandeur aside, the Garleans' plight sounds not unlike the Sahagin, desperate to preserve their spawning grounds. Indeed, though unscrupulous by any measure, the Garleans found solidarity in their ideology, as did the people of Ishgard and the Church. Adrift without home or purpose, it is all too easy for despair to take hold. Would that a remedy were as simple as offering them land as we did the Sahagin. In all likelihood, the Garleans would have refused to settle for aught less than what they believed to be their ancestral homeland of Locus Amoenus, a claim the Corvosi would readily take arms to denounce. We would do well not to further fan the flames of animosity twixt them. Then perhaps at the very least we can offer them peace of mind and a means to regain some semblance of stability in their lives. To offer them true comfort and stability, Garlemald must be rebuilt, or ... I think they need to add Garlemald Restoration to the game, personally. By no means an easy solution, but perhaps the only one worthy of pursuit. Of course, this new Garlemald must remain a sovereign nation, free from the oversight of others. Nod. Aye, they would see no meaning in it otherwise. If I'm not mistaken, Alphino and Alize have already made strides in helping the people here regain some normalcy in their day-to-day living. Most important first step, but it will mean little without proper leadership. Rather than a single individual, perhaps a governing body of sorts would prove more effective. Nod, nod. There are a number of former Senate members among the refugees at Camp Broken Glass, as I recall. With their help, creating the framework for new governance is not an impossibility. And let us call the people together and see what they make of our proposal. Nod. You know what's weird about all this to me? Since I mentioned Garlemald Restoration as a thing like 2 seconds ago. If they did Garlemald Restoration, this seems like it's set up to be required as a prerequisite for that, which would require people who wanted to participate in Garlemald Restoration, if that were the case, to have level 90 in every combat category, which seems like something they would not do, especially at this point of the game. Which is curious. I guess they can just have Garlemald Restoration exist without having this be done in any way, but this really feels like it would lead into that. Anyway, the final days has taken much from you all. I can but imagine the pain you feel in the face of such immeasurable loss. Though the final days have been averted, its effects yet linger, and a blasphemy has been born of your suffering. Decisive action must be taken before further harm is wrought upon you. Nod. To overcome such adversity is too great a task for any one person. What about Sucro, though? She's good at doing that. She's overcome like a ridiculous amount of things. I guess this has nothing to do with her, though. But as a people united, there may be hope for the morrow. While it is not our place to decide how you will move forward, we would offer a small measure of guidance. We were told a number of former members of your Senate yet remain among you. Would you be amenable to an interim government led by these individuals until such time as Garlemald can be rebuilt? Rebuild Garlemald? Such a thing truly possible? Even if we do cobble together some governing council, they won't be making anything that pile of ash we dare call Garlemald. There's no going back to Locus Amonis either. Rack and ruin, those are our only options. I realize to rebuild Garlemald is a seemingly impossible task, but you needn't undertake it alone. My children are working with members of the First Legion as we speak to begin an organized relief effort. And there are others from the provinces no doubt willing to lend their expertise. You need but ask, not as would-be conquerors, but as brothers and sisters of this star, and others will heed your call. If you should still see no merit in the rebuilding of Garlemald, then I would instead offer you residency in Sharlayan. I promise you will be welcomed with open arms. Sharlayan? So now you'd expect us to go and lick boots in some country we've never even heard of? My apologies if I appeared overly forward in my proposition. Considering our strict policies on non-intervention until but recently, it is not surprising that you are unfamiliar with my homeland. It is an island nation to the north, home to myriad peoples, which is why I believe it would not prove difficult to accommodate you and yours. To be clear, you would not be migrating to Sharlayan to live in servitude. You have my word that each and every one of you would be guaranteed citizenship upon entry. And why exactly would you go to such lengths for us, for the conquerors you barely know? Sharlayan was long aware of the coming doom that would be the final days, and so we were preparing to evacuate this star, taking as many people and resources as our stores would allow. Initially, it was our intent to save the people of Garlemald as well, but we had not forgotten your transgressions invading Alamigo, your rejection of our entreaties for peace. And after a great deal of deliberation, it was decided that we would forego an invitation to Garlemald. A determination made with great trepidation. We had convinced ourselves it was ultimately for the greater good. I can think of at least one individual who would continue to protest. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom. It is indolence. That line just gets me instantly. Sucre knows that one. Sage counsel I brazenly cast aside when confronted with the final days in earnest. But Sucro here and her companions refused to forsake those we were otherwise unwilling to save. With great risk to themselves, they had achieved the impossible and opened my eyes to the error of the Forum's decision. If all other roads lead to ruin regardless, perhaps we should at least consider it. Nod. 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 Then it would be my pleasure to invite you all to Camp Broken Glass, where you shall have warm food and beds both. Admiral Mervlib and I shall speak with Maxima and the others and consider how best to assist the Garleans moving forward. Should we broach the subject of the blasphemy, however, we will not hesitate to call upon you. Nod. The other, another kinda, I don't know, weird. Another thing about, well, first of all, what's going on over here with this ominous pan? This ominous camera angle. Anyway, shrug. Another interesting thing about this questline is it feels like these don't exist anymore, but it feels like this would lead into a hard mode of a dungeon. Like, this feels like it would unlock Tower of Babel Extreme or something. Not Extreme, there aren't Extreme dungeons, except for Criterion. But again, this would be a lot of work to unlock a dungeon, so it would not have been that anyway. Most likely. It's just interesting how this feels like it's leading into a bunch of things that it logically won't or can't. Because they need to be more accessible. And also or they don't exist anymore. Anyway. With the Garleans' hearts at ease, the likelihood of others turning has greatly diminished. That said, it is no cause for us to grow complacent. We must needs find a way to overcome the blasphemy's protective warding. If I understand correctly, a blasphemy's behavior is oftentimes influenced by the memories and emotions of their originator. In which case, it would be prudent to learn more of the man who birthed this monstrosity. How fortuitous, then, that a number of soldiers from the 3rd Legion are in our custody. For a mercy, their tempering was not so severe as to be beyond our ability to heal them. They are presently being treated at Camp Broken Glass. Perhaps the camp's intelligence officer can tell us who among them knows aught of Nerva's whereabouts. Also, yeah, I agree with the statement that this questline is helping to cast Fortuno in a more positive light, for sure. Ugh. Hello, and welcome. There were gross plant monster noises for a second. That's what the was, if you heard that. I flew too far. I see. Perhaps it'd be best if you speak with Vergilia, legatus of the Third Legion. Haven't we seen Vergilia before? She's still on the mend, but the Cheirusians aren't like to oppose a brief conversation, if you'd wait here a moment. Nod, nod. The name Vergilia is at least familiar, but I think we saw her before? Maybe not. Maybe? I don't remember. Oh, yeah. Eorzea's champion, I presume, in one of her cohorts. What business do you have with me? Ilsabard is faced with imminent crisis, and we believe the knowledge you bear may be key in stopping it. She got a lot shorter. Thus do we believe the blasphemy to be Nerva. His whereabouts in the wake of Garlemald's fall, or lack thereof, give credence to our theory. Lord Nerva? From what we've pieced together thus far, you were one of the last to see him alive. Please, will you not share with us what you know? Nod. Very well, though I suspect what meager knowledge I possess shall avail you not. I last spoke with Lord Nerva shortly after the warring with the First Legion began. Cloistered within the lower levels of the Synoculum Imperialis, he spent the better part of the day listening attentively to the radio. He seemed hopeful, or perhaps desperate, for news that the tide might turn in our favor. Hey, did we hear the radio song this clearly before? I feel like we didn't. The next day, I left for the front line. It was there that I heard a terrible noise, which I assume came from the Tower of Babel. Then darkness took me, and I remember naught after that. I was told the radios protected those close to them from the effects of the tower, in which case Lord Nerva would have remained unaffected. But he's ever been devoted to Garlemald. For glory everlasting, he would say. To watch the empire he loved so dearly crumble, I can think of no one who would be more stricken by the sight. It would seem we were right to assume what became of Nerva. Nod. And it does not surprise me that the beast would choose to make its nest within the Tower of Babel. It stands atop the remains of the Imperial Palace and the throne he revered so highly. But the Empire is no more, and Lord Nerva, apparently, is no longer the man he once was. He deserves to be laid to rest, together with his dreams of glory. Nod. We will fell the beast. You have my word. ... Apologies for the interruption. Kanai-sen has arrived and we're ready to depart. 'Tis good to see you, Sucro, Master Fortuno. I have spoken with Lorenz of the ward protecting the blasphemy, and I am quite confident some manner of ether-based magic bars our path. Maybe I should be a paladin so I can yell about the will of a Templar for this. If I may be so bold, Elder Seedseer, we reached the same conclusion initially, but that simply is not possible. I guess as opposed to dynamis magic, or... Since we're confused about this because the blasphemies don't have ether, So, I mean, it could also be some sort of weird blasphemy thing, or since we're dealing with Garlemald, I guess it could also be Magitech. So I think there's like at least 3 other options. Dynamis, Magitech, and I don't know. These creatures born of the final days are devoid of ether. As such, they would be unable to produce such a barrier in a manner to which we are accustomed. Do you suppose it possible they manipulated Dynamis to achieve a similar effect? Nod. I, too, thought to dismiss the notion of a barrier fueled by ether. That is, until I stepped foot here in Garlemald. Even now I can sense streams of ether flowing toward the tower. Its purpose was, after all, to harvest reserves of energy sufficient to reach the moon. Even if one was incapable of manipulating ether directly, it stands to reason control of the tower would alleviate such a need. Okay, that's fair too, actually. 'Tis merely conjecture, of course. I cannot say for certain until I've examined the currents with mine own eyes. Might I ask you to accompany us? Nod. Gasp. I would join you as well, if I may. My injuries would keep me from being of use in battle, but my knowledge of the land should serve just as well as my blade. I would not be opposed to your company, but it is not my decision to make. Nod. She may go, as long as she remains under watch by you and the others. Nod. Very good. Might I suggest we begin with Regio Urbanissima? I sensed the greatest confluence of ether in that vicinity. You're not wrong. Who is this mysterious person lurking around? Hold on, I have to read my weird book again. I have to think about my weird book again. Now, is this ether? Is this Dynamis? Who knows? It also just... I don't know about that weird sound that it makes either. Anyway. Yep, that's the Diadocos Codex. I don't know if the Diadocos summoner weapon has the same graphic, but I would not be surprised, I guess. I would guess possibly. It would seem I underestimated the resourcefulness of our adversary. It does? Okay, that makes sense. I'm sure it's just my imagination, but I can't help but feel we're being watched again. Part of me does not wish to believe this blasphemy is Lord Nerva, that I failed to protect him, and yet... Hey Virgilia? Your armor is pretty cool. Did you know that? This, like, mix of armor and cloth and frills and metal, and I think that's pretty neat. That's a pretty neat design. Thumbs up. It took me way too many attempts to spell thumbs up correctly. I will never understand how anyone could grow accustomed to such cold climes. I heard word that Alden should be arriving before long. I can already picture him knocking his knees, muttering under his breath about the cold. Concrete. As I thought, the ether stream here flows toward the tower, as do all others in this region, no doubt. Which would also... That could also potentially explain why the blasphemies are still happening, because people might be being drained of their ether or something. This convergence first began when the Telophoroi erected spires in all corners of Eorzea to fuel the Tower of Babel. But once destroyed, this divergence of ether should have ceased. Alright, whoever you are, if you've business with us, quit your skulking about in the shadows and speak your piece. It was you there in the tower, wasn't it? Ah, it's Nero! I was actually starting to think it would be Nero, for some reason. Like, I didn't immediately recognize his boots, but I was like, I was starting to get a feeling it could be Nero for some reason. And I guess it is. My, you're sharper than you look. Why is Nero here, though?
Oh my god!
I recognize you. Nero, yes? Why are you following us? Who said I'm following you? Being a native of Garlemald, does it not stand a reason I might be inclined to come and see what has become of my home? I know not what you're scheming, but we've no time to entertain your games. Perhaps Master Garland would make better company for you. Spare me. I am a man of great ambition and greater intellect, far beyond the scope of anything Garland could hope to achieve. He still keeps his head in the clouds, while I would set my sights to the stars beyond. Which is why you snuck into the tower, but like us, you couldn't get past the blasphemy to reach the transporter. Yes, well, I was very much hoping you would dispense with that little obstacle. Nero just wants to go to the moon. And having caught one of your plans, curiosity compelled me to see if you were truly up to the task. Do you have a reason to believe we are not? Or perhaps does the great genius Nero mean to dispense with the blasphemy himself? Wow, even Kane Senna dunks on Nero. With sarcasm. That's surprising to me. I did not think Kane Senna would ever dunk anybody. Or Connie said it, apparently, according to the captions. I've just noticed. Far be it from me to steal your glory, having come all this way, but as I am feeling generous, I will tell you what I learned during my time in the Tower of Babel. I was able to access its systems, you see, and discovered one of those dreadful spires still appears to be active. Impossible. They all vanished when Anima was destroyed. Yes, and I've heard of your escapades reclaiming the remains of the Emperor, but obviously you failed to reclaim his entire body. As it stands, a piece remains powering a tower at Fabrica. Ah, yes, the manufacturing district just north of the erstwhile Imperial Palace. Rather impressive feat considering how these lands are so utterly devoid of ether. Barely enough to sustain life, let alone the spire. But if one were to use Varus's remains to forcibly create a confluence of sorts...
With the power of Tower of Babel, we will achieve complete lunar habitation.
I mean... I don't think the Tower of Babel has anything to do with our lunar habitation plans at this point. Precisely. What I gleaned from the tower's systems, his heart serves as its core. Bob Eel is also pretty good. What? An emote of eels in the Sega font? That seems like it's really specific, and it must be an in-joke of some kind, but I love it. Coursing not with blood, but with your precious ether, and now Nerva has amassed a surfeit to shore up his defenses. How fortuitous that he should find so perfect an impetus for his design, stolen from better minds than his own. How very like him. I mean, yeah, the tower does have that, but I still... I was forgetting the complete global saturation part. I mean, I guess we did use Babel a little bit for moon transport. Yeah, imagine being like escorted to the moon through the Tower of Babel, and everyone's just like, ignore the meat walls, ignore the spines on the floor. It's not our fault. This is what the moon transportation system looks like. Just, we'll get you to the moon. There's gonna be funny rabbits. It's going to be okay. Don't think about the meat walls. Oh, did I say that aloud? You'll forgive me if I fail to show concern for your ire. It does kind of sound like that. If what you say is true, these lands could never hope to recover from such a paucity of life energies. We must hurry and find Varus's heart, to both spare the land this wanton harvesting and deny the blasphemy the source of its protection. Are we to presume you have any intention of aiding us? Nod. As I said, I have no intention of stealing your glory, though I fear victory may soon slip through your fingers if you do not act quickly. He might be saying your precious ether because, like, Garleans can't interact with ether in the same way, so he's like, your precious ether as in you non-Garleans in your magic. So I guess it kind of makes sense. He's not intending to refer to it as like a local or a localized thing, but as something that he doesn't really care about as much as we do. The Tower of Babel was designed specifically for anima to serve as its core. Nerva forcing himself upon the system has caused it to grow increasingly unstable. If my calculations are correct, and they always are, it will not be long before his presence triggers a system meltdown. The resulting explosion will destroy whatever tenuous streams of ether breathed life into the lands of Garlemald. But more importantly, we will lose our only means of reaching the moon. The heavens forever denied my genius. We have a spaceship. How so very unfortunate. In any event, it would seem time is of the essence. That's all well and good, but even if we know which district to search, finding the heart will be looking for a needle in a bloody haystack. Actually, I may know where we can start. The spaceship is quantum entangled with Ultima Thule, that's true. That's true, but also we know how to make a spaceship. So we could theoretically make another one. So it wouldn't necessarily be the only way to the moon. Also, there's the Aetheryte, and Sucro can go to the moon just fine. It's all rather hazy, but I still have vague recollections of my time serving anima when I was enthralled. We were commanded to erect some manner of facility tucked away in a corner of Fabrica. I remember not what it was for, but it's as good a place as any to begin our search. Certainly sounds promising, but surely this facility will be heavily guarded. And maybe it'd be for the best to divide our forces. It's just the four of us, shouldn't prove too difficult to sneak inside and find the heart. Meanwhile, our main force can stand ready to storm the Tower of Babel when the barrier gives out. Leave it to me, and us. Whoever the rest of my team is. But mostly me, probably, I guess. Who's us? Oh, I guess it's us, alright. The dream team of Fortuno, Kane, Senna, Nero, and Sucro, I guess. This is Leveilleur. What? Very well, we shall return at once. Yeah, exactly. It feels like a dungeon setup. A number of Garleans have left camp for the Tower of Babel. They've somehow misunderstood the threat of the tower and convinced themselves that Nerva has taken refuge there. Still clinging to their ill-placed patriotism, no doubt. They could not have gone far. If we act quickly, perhaps they can be found before they come to harm. A wise man would not waste his time on a few wayward refugees. I thought you Charlian scholars knew better. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, sir. If it's all the same to you, Sucro, I would join you. Just Fortuno casually saying the things that his father was saying for so long, that he disagreed with for so long. Like, he completely believes this now. I will return to camp and begin preparations for our assault on the tower. If this were duty support, 1, Kane-senna would have to have a DPS mode, which is funny. 2, Nero would have to be in the party, which is also funny. And Fortuno being in the party as well is kind of funny too. I suppose I shall go as well. Well. Hey, Fortuno, did you realize there's an automated death machine like 20 feet away? Is that fine? Though I am unarmed, I promise not to be a burden. That said, it would behoove us to avoid any undue confrontations if possible. Now then, let us be off. Fortuno is now accompanying you through the automated death machine zone. We've no time to lose. If they should reach the tower, there's no telling what may happen to them. Fortuno, stand on the funny robot. Can I make Fortuno stand in the car? I sure can. Fortuno just has to put up with us, I guess. No trace of them here. Let us keep searching. I'm thinking about Fortuno trying to drive one of these small-looking cars. I guess they're not that small. I'm thinking about Fortuno trying to drive a tiny car. And looking grumpy while doing it. Help! Someone, please! Did you hear that? It came from over there. Fortuno, you just said you were unarmed. Oh right, I just remembered, I was wondering earlier how Fortuno would even fight, and he was a sage in the past. Despite being unarmed, Fortuno is apparently the kind of person to run directly forward into danger. They are understandably shaken, but otherwise appear to be unharmed. Yeah, it's these three. We saw 2 of these people before. You're the ones who came to speak with us before. We heard Lord Nerva had returned and was assembling his forces in the tower, but you didn't hear it quite right. No, not Lord Nerva too. There really is nothing left for us. I'll not deny your situation is dire, but you're not without a path forward. I believe you've the passion and conviction needed to rebuild Garlemald, if you so chose. Or failing that, you could begin life anew in Charlian. Shake head. Rebuild Garlemald? No, there's no point in entertaining so lofty a dream, and we'd sooner die than suffer life under the rule of another. Nod. You would sooner seek death than sanctuary. Your resolve is admirable, but sorely misplaced. If you would not see Garlemald rise from the snow and ashes here in Ilsapard, might you consider venturing onto a new frontier? A new frontier? And where exactly is this land ripe for exploration? There, on the moon. It is our goal to create a repository of man's knowledge there, free from the jurisdiction of any nation. As I understand, the magitech and technological advancements of Garlemald were without peer. Your expertise would be indispensable in the endeavor, should you be willing, of course. You really expect us to go and live on the bloody moon? Is such a thing even possible? Have you a better alternative? Lest you forget, Garlemald did not rise to grandeur from complacency in the present or rumination in the past. We live for the future. It is in our blood. Life is not without its hardships, of course. Even I've met with the occasional stumbling block, but even should I stumble, my eyes are forever fixed skyward, seeking ever greater heights. The Empire may be lost, but I still possess a great deal of knowledge gained from it, and a desire to seek more. The very notion of exploring the moon is an unprecedented prospect, and that you should balk at the proposition boggles the mind. Consider this. Consider the following. Consider this. You've heard that beasts of the final days were born of those hapless souls that had given up on everything, yes? That is indeed the case. Can you tell me why you still stand before me? Because deep down you believe your life is yet worth living. Deep down you long to reach for the unreachable. Or perhaps you don't. If you should choose to lay down and die here in the snow, that's none of my concern. Nod. Reach for the unreachable. It sounds like something I would have said back at the academy. All right, we'll go. I suppose it's better than dying here in the snow, as you so grimly put it. Nod, nod. Then we must first dispense with the blasphemy that commands the tower. Nod. It's hard to believe Lord Nerva, of all people, could be turned into one of those monsters. Please, you must stop him. Put his soul to rest. Nod. Thank you, and sorry for causing all this trouble. Sometimes you just need Nero to show up and tell people, you could go to the moon! And that is actually what reaches them when your words don't. Thanks, Nero, I guess. Thank you for the rousing call to action, but I thought you had no interest in meddling with in our affairs. Shrug. Lest you misunderstand, I abhor the idea of my countrymen blindly following nobles they know next to nothing about. Besides, it would be a most piteous sight for not a single Garlean to be among those venturing to the moon. Who else am I to prevail upon to learn of new findings up there? Smile. Nero, I know you care, you just can't tell anyone. Anyway. Excuse me for a moment, you two. I need to fly 50 feet into the air to be safe from robots. Because, time for BRB. Which also, of course, means... time for a funny minigame of chance. Will it be this or that? Congratulations to those who predicted that would win for the third time in a row or so. Or at least, yeah, I think it's been 3 in a row. I just flipped the coin that you get from typing flip coin into Google 3 more times and got tails 3 more times again, which would have been 3 more that's. Okay, now it's heads. The coin is not broken. Maybe. But that is interesting, I guess. Anyway, hello. Pretty whack coin, agreed. I would also not be too surprised. If anyone knows a better coin flipping simulation. I told myself I would not get overly involved, and yet here I am. It could also just be my wacky luck. If you believe that luck works that way. From what Nero has told us, time is now a luxury we can ill afford. Let us return to Camp Broken Glass, if only for the moment. The others are no doubt finishing their preparations for battle. Nod. By the way, if you play this game, I have a recommendation for you. Oh hey, look. I didn't see this before. My recommendation is to do 3 old elite marks every week and then turn all of that into ether rate tickets. Because I was like, I was starting to realize last stream yesterday that, oh, this is getting expensive to maintain, to teleport all the time. Teleport costs are starting to be like 1600 gil or whatever. And then I looked up how to get etherite tickets and I realized that you could get them for 5 allied or Centurio seals. So if you do the Realm Reborn elite mark, the Heavensward elite mark, and the Stormblood elite mark, that's 300 of those seals, which equals about 60 tickets. I don't know why I said about, because it's more like exactly. So I have 52 right now. I'm gonna try and remember to do that and just build up etherite tickets and see if that saves me some money in the long run. Because I'm very bad at having money in this game. I do have more money than I did last time I said I was bad at having money. Because some of my stuff sold. I should hope the other's absence means all proceeds apace. Good, you're here. With the recent arrival of reinforcements, our preparations are all but complete. Neither of them is dressed for the cold. Apologies for our lateness. It seems we're at least in time to help deliver the crushing blow. That basically is what I'm doing, isn't it? Sucro get lifetime bus pass by defeat nefarious enemy. Just kidding, nefarious monsters are somewhere else probably, like Eureka, I think. Aye, and if the fates are kind, it will be the last we see of these damnable blasphemies. Commander Alden, Lord Ian, thank you both for coming. Yes, of course, understood. Lorenz and the others have reclaimed Varus's heart. The barrier protecting the blasphemy should soon dissipate. Then the time has come to at last storm the Tower of Babel. Nod. 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 Admiral Merlvib and Lord Emmerich await our arrival at its base. Nod. Shrug. Then we should be about it, eh? I suppose this is as good an opportunity as any to keep my hammer from rusting over. Smile. I will accompany you as well. As the forum's representative and a member of the survey team, I feel it my responsibility to see this through to the end. Gasp. I didn't think you were still a fighting type. Despite appearances, I am no stranger to the battlefield. Indeed, I've seen my fair share traveling the world in service to the Forum. Though I may not be the equal of Alphino or Alize, we shall not find ourselves wanting, I can promise you that much. Nod. Or smile and nod. It'd be really funny if Fortuno had to go run and ask Alphino to borrow his, Nulus. Can I have my Nulus back for a second? We need to storm the Tower of Babel. When you've all finished your preparations, we shall reconvene at the Enceladium. Nod. I have actually no idea what job I should be playing as for this. Scholar is janky. A bit. Hey, vote now. Which level 90 job should Sucro play as for storming the Tower of Babel? Paladin, warrior, scholar, sage, dancer, reaper, summoner. My comfort zone. Carpenter. Well, that's 83, unfortunately. Just like Serpent Soldier over there. I guess Blue Mage also can't go to 90, and I have that at like 30. I guess Paladin would be my comfort zone, as it were. That's fine, I suppose. I'd like to get better at healer, but I don't think this will really be an opportunity to do that too much. And I don't mean to say that I'm bad at healing, I'm just out of practice with healing. And I don't know which healer I would want to focus on yet. I was liking White Mage. Need to get that to 90, but also, like I said last time, I get a little dizzy watching Sucro spin around so much. Which she does on other jobs too, but still. I don't actually have White Mage at 90, it's 88. There are Blue Mage spells in Coil? Well, I might get around to Blue Mage eventually. But yeah, you can see all the spinning that White Mage does. And if I like pay too much attention to it, I start to go, oh no, the spinning. Maybe I'll try Sage for this. I think I like Sage more than Scholar. Fortuno has a battle aura. Ah, you did get your new list back. All are present and accounted for. Shall we proceed? Your progress through the battle will be saved at certain points. In the event that you are defeated, you will be able to try again from the most recent of these. Etc. Yeah, I do like Sage. I'm starting to level up Astrologian more too, so we'll see about that one. The crew is here. A lot of people we don't get to see fight that often. Our objective is simple: locate and eliminate the blasphemy Nerva. Though the barrier guarding him is no more, a number of beasts will surely block the way at the auxiliary sector. Seems bad. Off to a smashing start, I see. It would seem the tower will reach its limits sooner than I anticipated. If we're to save the transporter, we must hurry and find Nerva, now. Nod, nod, nod. Nod, nod. I feel like I might be able to figure out astrologian buffs well enough eventually. Should go without saying, but stay on your guard. There was quite the menagerie of horrors when last I was here. Iron Nero, by the way, not just Nero. They're upon us, storms. You know, Sage will actually be really good at healing all of these people. Though I doubt they will need too much of it. If my 1 million AoE healing options work on all of these NPCs, then this is great. Melviv and I shall hold them off. Press on, my friends. Oh, we're doing this again? We're always doing this.
The path has been revealed. Favor us.
We are always doing this. Never can a large group assault a location without some of them having to split off to hold off enemies. A persistent lot, aren't they?
Down with you.
Oh, when I meant I might be able to figure out using the astrologian buffs semi-quickly. I shall hold the line here. When you see an opening, take it and do not look back. Because if I think of draw and play as both being OG CDs that I have to weave, then it makes a little more sense. Never did make things easy. Let's get this over with. Oh, this even has like boss music, as if this were a boss fight. God, I wish they did something like that. I'll hold them here, closing a door. The horse grid is activating. Sage is sort of what I ended up at. Sage and like Scholar are sort of what I ended up as, like near the end of Realm Reborn on the streams, if I remember correctly. Going back to healers, going full circle. Like, White Mage was the first job I ever mained in this game. So that would have been even more full circle if Sucro going in circles all the time didn't, like, make my brain wobble for some reason that I don't understand. Oh god, they're activating the horse grid too. Ian, no! Oh wait, there's a... I didn't even realize there was a stack, unfortunately. I need to go back to tank and then DPS and then healer again. Ah, I see. Okay, yeah, Sage was a great choice for this because I'll keep everybody alive just by doing healing, generally. Terminus Detonator? I feel like this is a new thing that I haven't seen before. I will see to the rabble. You focus on the large one there. Well, okay. Oh, right. Very well. With me, Sucro. I have some of my sage buttons in a weird place relative to my other healers. Wait, hey. You didn't actually finish deleting them. Cutscene. Is that the last of them? Nope. Some of you are gonna have to stay in here and hold them off as progressively fewer of us rush forward. Of course not. We can't afford to let them impede our advance any further. Commander Alden, let us hold them here. Of course. Master Fortuno, take the others and go, quickly. Understood. It's starting to get silly how often this happens in this game. The camera angle made it seem like that pile of eyeball slime whinnied, but that must have been the horse. Blasphemy, Nerva ye Galvus. Oh hey, you look like the final boss of Amorat? Leave now! Garlemald is mine! Mine! Hold on. I need to put this over here. That's where I have lucid dreaming on all my other... I think where the heck do I have Surecast at? Oh, it's right over there. Why is it over there? Hold on. Surecast is, I think... I think I have it here on my other healers. Or maybe I have it like this? I don't know. Weird team up that we have going here. Anyway. This ends here, Nerva, for Garlemald, her people, and all who call this star home. Blasphemy or no, I'll not suffer anyone who gets in my way. For glory everlasting, for Garlemald. I love Nerva having a portrait in the dialogue for some reason as this monster. For some reason, that's quite funny to me. Oh. Death take you for Garlemald. Oh, that's not a safe spot. This is, maybe. Yeah, there we go. Wow. That was difficult to see through. Gravest ego. I thought that said gravest egg. Hold on, Sucro. Hurry, Levier. That's basically... Fortuno basically uses rescue on you. That's pretty funny. Trying egg in this nice time. God. To me, my legion! Well, that seems bad. Nero is definitely using the warrior idle stance, at the very least. Bring them here and leave the rest to me. Ah, you recognize the tomahawk sound effect? That makes sense. Behind me, quickly, I shall take the brunt of it. Hey, I don't have anything like that. That's a cool shield. We must drive it back. Wait. Gods be good. Oh, is this a Diablos thing? We've come too far to give up now. Then let's put an end to this, shall we? No, Garlemald is mine! Mine! Yeah, this is really cool. And Fortuno getting to do a really cool special barrier is also cool. Oh, I forgot about the beam duel at Dunscaith, yeah. That was cool. It basically was a dungeon, though, like, as a single-player instance. Nero, your armor is always timing out at the right time, or the best time, I guess. Almost the worst time, unless you did that on purpose. For glory everlasting indeed. Good job holding off the enemies at your respective locations, everyone. Is it over? Has the danger passed? By a hair's breadth, perhaps, but yes, I'd say we'd managed to avoid a fiery ruin. Our path to the moon is open once more. The duty of Charlian has ever been to chart the course of history, not to change it. Thus did we fervently hold to our policies of neutrality and non-intervention. In truth, it was all in service to our plans of exodus, to abandon this star to its ruinous fate. Harsh though it may sound, I still believe it was ultimately for the greater good. Thanks to you and your comrades, however, it was a fate that did not come to pass. Charlian will now find a new way forward. Not merely for the preservation of knowledge, but for the betterment of this star and all who call it home. I believe I speak for all of the Forum when I say it would be an honor and a privilege to work towards such a goal alongside the allied nations. Aye, an age of true and everlasting peace is finally within our grasp, and we will seize it together. Group nod. What if instead of Garlemald restoration, you got the Tower of Babel restoration that was trying to make the passageway to the moon look less like a hell zone of flesh and bone? Stage 1, you just hang ribbons everywhere on it, because that's like the best you can do on short notice. As much as I would enjoy a riveting conversation with Eorzea's champion, I really must make ready for the moon. Now if you'll excuse me. Nero is the sort of person who's like, if Nero needs to make an excuse where you just say that you left a food in the oven or whatever, Nero would be like, I really must be going. I have to go to the moon now. Everyone lining up to carry the centipede cables down the stairs would be pretty funny. False walls to conceal the Babel flesh walls? God. I'm pretty sure I've heard of instances of architecture where such a strategy led to disaster, but I don't remember the specifics. Just imagine them, I'm just imagining them pasting wallpaper over it Like a nice floral wallpaper. But like, it's all bumpy because it's going over all the weird bumps and stuff. It is a relief to know we have no longer a need for battle. Despite my experience, I must confess I am ill-suited to it. The Allied nation leaders, meanwhile, demonstrated an aptitude for combat far and above what I might expect from diplomatic figures. God. That sounds like the premise for a horror B-movie. Everyone's going to a party at the completely unsuspicious cabin in the woods. Someone breaks a hole in the wall and an eyeball stares back. And you, my friend, I see now why you are so well regarded as Eorzea's champion. Smile. The others have already begun the arduous journey home, but before you go, I would offer a word of thanks to the both of you. If not for your timely assistance, our plans would be forfeit, and the lands of Ilsabard forever defiled by the blasphemy. Nod. Please, I've no need for your platitudes. I labor only to further my own ends, nothing more. We heard the news. Thank you for everything. With Lord Nerva laid to rest, we've the peace of mind to move on without regret. Hello, Living Way. There you are. Now what's this I've heard about you cleaning out the Tower of Babel? Are we finally ready to return to the moon? Ah, what fortuitous timing. They said the word fortuitous 4 or 5 times in this questline. Allow me to introduce you to Living Way of the Loporrits, Moon Dweller and Overseer of the Survey Team. Living Way, all these good people will be the moon's first residents. I trust you and the other Loporrits will take good care of them. Pleased to meet you? Nod? Residents? Oh no! I mean, oh yes, splendid! After many, many long years of planning and preparation, the moon is absolutely, most definitely ready to accommodate your stay. Glad to hear it, and apologies for the delay. I must first confer with Lorenz and see to our final preparations, but your residents-to-be and the survey team shall be along ere long. Along ere long. Only 3-tuitous, 5-tuitous. Might I trouble you to relay word of our suggest to Shirabat in Razatan? I should think the tidings all the more heartening coming from you until next we meet. I am curious to go to the moon and see if any of these people are actually there after this quest is completed. And Nero. Wait, you're not leaving for the moon without me! Nero is late to the moon. Nero running to the moon with toast in his mouth. I'm late for a very important... the moon. Hey, it's not raining over here. Sometimes it almost seems like it's raining, the rain is simultaneous in all places where it's raining, and sometimes I'm reminded that it's not actually. I also don't know why I insist on not using the Aetherite for this, apparently. But I've already started running, so here I go! Yuge. Wait, no, this is the wrong hallway. Here I go! Clearly, I just wanted to see the word Yuge pop up, even though I forgot it was there. So I can think about Meteos again. That was a lot involved. I don't remember if the epilogue for the role quests of Shadowbringers took 2 hours. But this certainly did, and it was cool the whole time. It was interesting. I liked it. So it's true then. The blasphemy in Garlemald has been struck down. They were right to call on you, it seems. And with no other outstanding reports of blasphemy sightings, I dare say you've slain the last of them. Perhaps now we can finally start to put the final days behind us, strange though that may sound. On behalf of my fellow delegates and the Radiant Host, I extend to you our humblest thanks. I hope that when next I call on you, it will be under more fortuitous circumstances. They said fortuitous for like the 6th time. Why did they say that word so many times? Oh. Critical hit materia 10 is, hello Tri-Disaster icon. Critical hit materia 10 is always helpful. Blessed Relief. Sucro, the Blessed Relief. Meteos would be a heck of a thing to exist in this game. Now I want a Meteos crossover where you can get all the little funny planet aliens as minions like you can the yokai in the Yokai Watch crossover. I want a little like a Starian or Stari is the first planet I thought of. Like a Gravitas person. One of the ninjas from planet that looks like Ninja Star. Oh, that's funny. I don't really follow any tags on co-host. I don't actually... My approach to social media has become only posting, never... Like, doing my best to avoid ever looking at any other posts that are not mine. And this is just because the sheer breadth of things that can upset me due to all of my various issues is... it makes no social media website safe for me to look at. Basically. If I look into anything, I'm going to get upset at something. So I don't follow anything on co-host at all, basically. Except for like a couple friends. And like one person who posts stream announcements there. Thernovans, that's another one, yeah. What's the Ninja Star planet? Gelar or something like that? Maybe. Oh, there's Darth Vega. We talked about Darth Vega here at some point. Wait, are Darth Vega citizens called Darth Vegans? Because that's funny if so. Yeah. I suppose it'd be Darth Vegans. It'd be how it would be said, but
This strange light spawned between two supernovas is likely an alternate dimension. Thernovans are half energy.
What? Those are two completely separate thoughts, Thernova. And I need elaboration on both of those. Yeah, that is a lot of information to condense into 2 sentences and make me want to know more about them. I'd forgotten about that. Let's see, what other Meteos planets are there? There's at least 2 fire ones. There's like probably there's the heavy gravity Earth one. There's Ninja Planet. There's Darth Vader Planet. There's Sports, the planet. They love sports. There's the bees. There's the cat pigs that have laughing children in the background. Wait, no. Do the bees have the laughing children, or do the cat pigs have the laughing children? Weird questions about Meteos. There's probably 1 or 2 ice planets. There's a water planet. Yeah, sport. I don't remember the name of the sports planet, but like the background music of the sports planet is the cheer is like rapid stadium cheering the whole time. I think it's like a super wide but like short arena or gameplay zone. Yeah, Enlightened Sage Planet is Heaven Door. I think Enlightened Goddess Planet might be Starry, which is the one I think about whenever I think of Meteos. I like Starry a lot. I think Gellier is the name of the ninja planet, so I think I was close. I'm just thinking about Meteos now. It's Meteos time now, sorry. So, Meteos music is very, like, atmospheric, but also, like, nice. I don't know how loud this is going to be. Audio render error, please restart your computer. What? No, I will not. That's a new one. YouTube. What? What do you mean audio render error, please restart your computer? What the heck do you mean by this? Hold on. That's not just that video. Wait, are the captions not working again? Yeah, the captions are broken again. What? Yeah, the captions haven't been working for that entire... Do these captions break my computer? Or something? What is happening? Please hold. I've closed the captions. We might just not be able to have captions on the stream for a bit. Because they don't seem to be functioning. Oh, there we go. I just had to close the entire browser. This is atmospheric Meteos Wars song of Starry. Meteos Wars music is very like dynamic and like changes as you do stuff and as you are doing better or worse. So if I skip forward a bit. And also like all the sound effects that happen during a planet or during gameplay add to the music. It's very cool. I like, there's also a rap planet, I think. God, there's so much. Yeah, this is the ninja one. Gellier, I was correct. I just really like the whole aesthetic and vibe of Meteos a lot. What's the Meteos sports planet? This is now the Meteos tangent of the stream. Googling Meteos sports planet did not immediately solve my question of who the sports planet is. But I can see all the various planet names. Like Anasaze, Arad, Bavoom, Bugab, Brabbit, Cavius, Darth Vega, Dondus, Deja. I think Deja is the rap planet. I think. Earth. Wait, is it just Stadium? Oh no, that's in Meteos Mobile. That's literally a sports planet. That's like more of a sports planet than before. Suburbion. Is it Suburbion's theme that I'm thinking of that's sports? Maybe not. It is a cool beat though. Suburbion is the one that you mentioned that's the Midwest American suburb lifted off the planet and enclosed in a biodome, though. Gigagush, Globin, Granest, Gravitas. There's so many. Oh, Gigagush is the game's resident mix-up of poison and venom. The great vortex around this planet sucks in anything nearby. Gigagushers suck in prey and use poison fangs. No, it's venom. Stop it. Stop it. This is my pet peeve now, too. There's the blood cell planet, Globin. I think Globin has really creepy ambience, if I remember correctly. It's a heartbeat with ominous noise. Yep. That's what I remembered. Sorry for this Meteos shenanigans. Hanahula, that's the bees. Since we were talking about Yuge, what's the Yuge music again? Ah, it's pleasant. Welcome to Yuge, everyone. Oh, is it Megadom? That's the stadium? Megadom. Most of this planet is covered in dense gas that makes the natives who live on a floating island eternal optimists. Planet where you're high all the time, I guess. There it is. It is the stadium one. I'm pretty sure the sound effects for this are like crowds cheering and whatnot. Sports, sports, sports. Sports. Okay, the Meteos intermission is now over. I wonder if Meteos Wars emulates successfully. Clearly, I should stream Meteos Wars. And be bad at it, because I haven't played it in 5,000 years. What are we doing? Okay, so we did... 360 emulation is still super jank. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so Roll Quest Epilogue Dunzo. Which means that next is the other optional dungeon, I think? I think that's my plan. Which means that we need to talk to the panic-stricken Luperate, I believe. I think you're the correct individual. Cutting the cheese. Get ready for Brayflox Extreme. Probably not. Doesn't look like it. Unless it is. Sucro! Oh, thank goodness you're here. It's absolutely terrible, awful, an emergency of cataclysmic proportions. What is it? I don't know, actually. They didn't say, but doesn't it sound simply dreadful? What I do know is Buildingway's been asking for you. He said if I happen to see you, I should tell you to hurry over to Kydonia Knolls with all haste. Well, what are you standing around here for? Away with you! Whatever the problem is, it sounds absolutely dreadful. I'm afraid you'll have to speak with Buildingway for the nub of this carrot. We've devised an incredible amount of carrot-based expressions. Oh. This is where the funny face is on the moon. I don't know why I sing-song explained that. There's a face on the moon and it has anxiety. Oh no. Welcome to Moon. I'm guessing the Zodiark residue is gonna be here for a while, huh? That's just a feature of the landscape now? Well, that's probably fine, I guess. But yeah, this is the face on the moon. Of course there's a dungeon here. Oh, and I bet, like, it looks like the mouth is an opening. Like, this'll be like stone door opening dot wave and like sink into the ground and let you go inside to the secret zone or whatever. And then there'll be like a bonus dungeon that's only in the Game Boy Advance port where you get an upgrade for Kane or whatever. I think there was a bonus dungeon in the moon face in the Game Boy Advance port of 4, but I don't remember what it was. It might have been all of them? I don't know. Hey, what's up? You're here, and not a moment too soon. Sorry to call you so abruptly, but you were the first person who came to mind that might be able to help. Yeah, the moon's a bit of a... It leaves... The first, second, and third impression that the moon gives you is kind of something, I guess. Do you recall the domiciles we were planning to build for the evacuation? I don't mean to brag, but they were immaculate, positively perfect. Except, of course, for the ever so small oversight of being 3 times larger than necessary. At least that's what I believed before speaking with Oriange. I learned a lot from him about what we should and shouldn't make of the domiciles, and so I began making changes. Small at first, but they soon became much bigger, more drastic. By the end, I'd swear I was drawing up wholly new plans by the minute. Gasp. But I was too ambitious. The myriad plans I dreamt up overwhelmed our automated construction machine, the Big Cheese. Sorry, the what? Even as we speak, it's burrowing underground with reckless abandon. If we don't stop it, the domiciles will be the least of our problems. The entire moon is likely to end up looking like a truckle of hole-filled cheese. Delectable, perhaps, but utterly unfit for habitation. We tried going after it ourselves, but the survey team never made it past the security systems down there. At least I don't think so. They've yet to return and aren't answering our communications. I'd rather not resort to brute force, but I can think of no other way and no other person to see the deed done. Would you be willing to go down there and stop the Big Cheese? Nod? Thank you, thank you. Head down to Smileton and I'll see that you're let in. Smileton? I feel like I've heard that name before, actually. I think I've heard the name Smileton, but my reaction to that is the cat emoji followed by the anime sweat drops emoji. Anyway, time to invite some party members, maybe. Oh. Looks like just Rika for this one, maybe? No pressure on frequent party member Aya/Ayato if you're not feeling it at the moment, but just want to make sure if you're listening. What do you think, Buildingway? I'll see to it you have the clearance to enter Smileton. Now hurry along, you have to stop the Big Cheese. No, don't worry about it. It's okay. I just wanted to make sure. Because I know you usually want to. Don't worry about it. It's okay. Just relax and all that. Hope you feel better. Smileton was to be a paradise for the people of Aetheris. But what is happiness? In the pursuit of an answer, the Loporrits created the big cheese. Their plans became more fickle, each idea a betrayal of the last. Sounds terrifying. It seems like some portion of the moon is being made by the big cheese. Oh, I don't think I realized that every one of the brands, is that what these are called? I didn't realize that every one of the brands appears to be broken now. I mean, that makes sense, logically speaking. The name Smileton just makes me think of Spamton as well. What do you think about this, Spamton? I see. Understood. Back in the desk drawer with you, sir. Welcome to the Cradle of Darkness. Now's your chance to be a heated split shot. That's pretty good. Welcome to Smileton. Gasp. By the way, this is the music from the Sage trailer. So my choice of job is appropriate for this. I am grooving. 3 cats and one powerful old man over here. Oh no, my portrait. What in blazes is wrong with these doors? Oh god. Oh, this place is really cool. It's like a whole bunch of... It's a complete madness zone. Oh, I thought we were gonna be sideways. Smiley Wanderer. Seems like we're gonna be taking this one slowly. It's the first time here for 3 of the 4 people in the party, according to the party chat. Me, Rika, and the tank, I believe. So that's fair. Completely understandable. More time to enjoy the music. The grooving. Finally, I'm free, I think, I hope, says a Loporrit. You've led us in circles again, you fat-tailed idiot. Oh yeah, well, your mother smells like a cabbage. Why would you say that? There's just a billion very confused rabbits in this place of madness. This mad place of madness. This might be the first time in this dungeon for everybody in the party. I'm actually not sure. Cool if so. Smiley Thinker. There are guardrails on the... Oh yeah. Because there's stairs there that you're not crossing. This might be a dungeon that's worth going back into in Explorer mode right away and checking it out. I might not be able to do level 90 roulette yet because it does say requires the completion of, and there's like 4 things with question marks. I can check afterwards. Oh, face. You know, accurate to FF4. There are enemies that are just called face, if I remember correctly. Welcome to Smileton, intruders. Please enjoy your stay. It will be very brief. Okay. Clearly something is happening over here. I don't follow. I have 2 stacks of something. Face hurts from smiling. Will take increased damage if hit by smiley face again. Oh, okay. So you have to... Okay, you have to alternate which face you get hit by. Got it, got it, got it. Understood. Oh, right. Here. Because I'm in smile mode. I need to be in angry mode. There we go. I can probably do a slow cast of a res spell here. Temporarily. Oh. Whoa. This place is getting cooler. Okay, yeah, one of the people in the party has done this before, but had forgotten how some of it works. Smiley Metalloid. Describes at least one Digimon. And is very... I feel like is pretty close to the... I don't remember the name of the Digimon that is like a smiling metal orb with arms and legs. But I feel like Smiley Metamon would not be too far away from the truth. I think that thing evolves from a monkey in at least one version of Digimon. Or is like related in some way to Edamon. Or I don't freaking know Digimon at all. I have vague memories of Digimon Worlds 1 and 2 to go on, and that's it. This place is so cool. This weird puzzle box. Oh no. An enemy is consuming other enemies to increase in strength. It is technically ideal for me to start applying my dot when there's like 4 or less enemies, but I keep forgetting to even consider doing that. It might not actually be ideal. I don't really know for sure. Oh, I think that's probably true, yeah. Eh? Frame worker. Wait, fighting Polygon team. Intruder alert. This is fighting Polygon team. But also like they look like a model that isn't textured as well. Oh. Oh, okay, now those are gonna do the things that Frameworker just did. Without announcing it. Omnidimensional onslaught. Okay. Oh, the backgrounds are twisting around, and I don't know if that means something. Okay. I almost got hit by that, but Frameworker died instead. Yeah, the helper robots having bunny ears is a thing that seems to exist in all Loporit-related locations. Under construction, sorry, is the name of this location. God, this place just keeps getting cooler. 3D printing, says someone in the party. Oh god, it like literally is. This dungeon is cool. Also, we ended up with a party of a bunch of friendly people, which is always good, also. Smiley Dynamite! Great! Nope, I cast Surecast by mistake. That's fine. Oh, that would be a good mech name. Maybe like an Armored Core. I already have this. That's fine. Oh. Is that the big cheese? Forgot about that enemy graphic. Oh, I haven't been looking at the Reaper too closely. They are kind of just like wiggling a lot. Spinning their scythe a lot, being very cool. Also, it's a very cool way to have a you can't go here in the dungeon until you beat the trash monsters before, by having it be the dungeon is not done being constructed yet. We're not done making the path forward yet. Please hold on. Smile maker the big cheese. Terrifying. Warning, you have entered the killing zone. Please stand by for bomb detonation and remember safety first. Okay. These are gonna be moving forward. Yeah, that's kinda... that makes sense. Oh, proximity AoE mine things that are like invisible, and if you go over there you die, maybe? Or if you get moved to them you die? Also, the tank has been paralyzed for a while, but I didn't notice. Oops. Okay, so now these are gonna move over more. But also you're casting left to disassembler. Oh, your left, not my left. Oop. keep not upkeeping my DOT very effectively. I've also not remembered to use Toxicon ever. I need more practice with like whatever healer I choose to go with. I tried to use my big heal laser at the end.
To the stars. Stay out of the way. You've no respect for the flow. Into an overhead throw.
Destroy!
I didn't have my message logs on. We did a... That dungeon was very cool. Oh, right, I'm over here. In the Cradle of Darkness. I forgot. I forgot that my unicorn was basking in the Cradle of Darkness upon my dungeon entry. Yeah. There is a Loporrit named Surfing Way. Maybe Surfing Way likes to surf the Zodiac Geyser. Everything past Insinger was just easier to you? Interesting. I mean, I could go back and do Nier at some point, and then that would be back into the difficult zone. I might do that on my own time just to like get it out of the game so I don't have to think about it, but I don't think I'll be streaming that if I do that. Anyway, Building Way. What was all that nonsense? You're back! What happened to the big cheese? Cool voice crack on accident that works for the voice acting. It's gone! I suppose that's a mite better than the alternative. You say the survey team is safe? Oh, thank heavens. Smileton was meant to be a paradise, and the big cheese its architect. It was designed to learn what it is that makes people happy and make manifest whatever we could dream up, no matter how seemingly impossible. But I've been unduly fickle, every new plan contradicting the last. Here my indecisiveness overloaded the big cheese and it lost sight of what true happiness is. All I wanted was to make the people of the Theris happy and look upon their smiling faces. You still can just take your time, think things through, and all be well, or have you considered visiting residential areas on Theris for inspiration? I feel like I want to say both of these things. You can still make people happy, just like take your time and think about stuff for a bit. No need to rush. You're right. Next time I'll make absolutely sure of my plans before putting them into practice. No more radical changes at the last moment. And now that the final days have been averted, there's no longer a need to rush. Okay, so maybe there was a need to rush before. I'll be sure to bear that in mind so that nothing like this happens again. Perhaps I'll start with something simple, like furniture. Oh, and I can design a new automated system to build them. I'll call it the bigger cheese. Introducing The unannounced dungeon in patch 6.55, Smileton Extreme. Also, the face on the moon wasn't even smiling. Jeez. You silly rabbit. Loperit IKEA. Secret hugs for Rika. Not so secret, because it's probably I was witnessed. Big Cheese Savage. Also, hugs for Rika's Chocobo. I think I want to go... Whoop. I'm being traded an item. 200,000 gil. Oh yeah, we'll take this. Thank you. I will accept this generous donation. Is it just me, or there are a lot of laughs in this game that sound vaguely villainous? Anyway, I would actually like to go back into Smileton in Explorer mode and look around for a bit. Because Explorer mode is cool, and also that dungeon is cool and I want to look at it. I won't be seeing it, like, built, I guess. Oh yeah, this part of the dungeon was called The Many Ways. Someone in the party was like, this is truly the many ways when we were going through it. I hope this dungeon can drop the music too. I assume it can. But like, wow, this is a lot of stuff going on. You know, you're right. It does kind of look like it could be a bit Meteos. Are you trying to make me go on another Meteos tangent? I like how the camera sort of misdirected me there to making me think we'd suddenly be walking on ceilings or walls or whatever, but no, it just throws us out onto the ground over here. It might be like the color palette of Smileton, but it kind of reminds me of Hollow Bastion Kingdom Hearts a little bit too. Just a little bit. Yeah, here we're definitely walking on walls and ceilings, but that's not exactly what I meant. I guess there's not really that much to look at, because it's just sort of a lot of everything everywhere all at once. But not like the movie that's called that, because I don't know anything about that film. Whee! You know, it'd be really funny. What if they added Smileton housing and it was still structured like this? What if they made this into an actual player housing district that was still structured like this? This is an absolute nightmare to navigate. What does the map look like? Oh, well, the map simplifies it to what you can walk on. Smileport. This also vaguely makes me think of like PvP areas with like the aesthetic of it for some reason. So maybe the Loperids think we love fighting. So what is this? Block of Dreams. By the way, I have in the title and in the announcements and stuff that I might be starting Pandemonium tonight, but I kind of wonder if it might be better to just have a short stream this time and then start that next time. Because that feels like a heck of a thing to like just barely start on a day. I also wanted to do, there was some side quests in Charlian that were recommended to me. So I feel like by the time those are done, this might be about 3 hours, which is a decent stream length. I don't know how long Pandemonium will take. It'd probably be unwise to try and do all of it at once as well. 1.5 to 2 streams. I think it might be better to devote a stream to starting it rather than like tacking it onto the end of the last sort of miscellaneous stuff stream. The Welcome Wheel. I didn't notice the name of this place. Because this is sort of like the miscellaneous 6.0 cleanup stream. Part 2, or part whatever. So starting with Pandemonium would make it seem more like we're actually getting to the 6.x part instead of just throwing it at the end here. Does that make sense? It feels like it would be more correct to yeah. Like I would only have been starting it. But still. Oh, we can actually see like the moon itself around here. That would also allow people who might want to join time to rest and recover and like not make anyone stay awake late and so on. So yeah, Pandemonium will be something I start next time, I think. Happy Street. I haven't been looking around super closely, but just taking another look at this dungeon was worth it, I think. It's a very cool looking place. What else does this dungeon reveal? They have creation magic, but they invented 3D printers anyway. I guess you're right. I mean, they didn't have creation magic. 3D printing is basically autonomous creation magic. Yeah, that's the side quest I mentioned that I think is in Charlian that I was considering, or that I was going to do today. That's probably what I'll be doing right now. I just wanted to check the dungeon first. I believe that's in Charlian? A heartless hypothesis? Yeah. I don't know what that is about, but we're going to find out right now. I love having ether tickets. Let's look for it. The crystal from beyond. It's gonna be like a regular type. For the love of pudding! There it is. Oh, it's actually level 90. So I can't white mage for this. That's fair. Gotta make sure I put Cardia on myself. Someone is very colorfully Fall Guysed over here. Guised as in G-U-I-S-E-D because they are guised in the Fall Guys. Guys. ... Oh, I haven't shown Fall Guys stuff on stream at all. I could show a little bit of that at the very end of this. Assuming that people are still queuing for it. That could be funny. Let's get a little bit of that on record. The bespectacled technician. A cat. Science cat is here. What's up? Oh, Alpha. Oh, Alpha and Omega. Oh, that's fun. I had no idea what to expect from this. Is this available if you haven't done the Omega stuff? Then probably not, right? That's blown all the cobwebs away. Time to return to work. Goodness me, look who it is. How incredibly serendipitous that I'd run into you of all people. I was part of the team which designed the Ragnarok, you see, and we've recently begun the process of combing through the vessel's flight data. Oh, you've got like your coat, but you've also still got part of the armored suits that the people working on the Ragnarok were wearing. So you've actually got like still some of the like the armored plating or whatever. Unless you have completely artificial legs or something like that, which is also cool if so. The primary objective of your journey to Ultima Thule was to save our star and countless others, of course. But it also provided us with an invaluable trove of information, records of places and events we could only dream of. Your safe return gave us much to be thankful for. As it so happens, one of the things we pulled from the log was a transmission of unknown origin. Something the ship must have intercepted during its flight. So wait. Let me double check what you're talking about. Sometimes I don't absorb the words that I say as much as I should. So you designed the Ragnarok, and the objective was to save the star and all that. But we got a whole bunch of information and records of places of an event. Yeah, that makes sense. And one of the things was a transmission that the ship may have intercepted. I see. We believe it to be an audio message, but even our most talented linguists have been unable to decipher the language. For a while there, it seemed we must accept defeat, but today may be the day that we finally solve the mystery. If you were so inclined, would you care to come along to Thomazane? It seems fitting to have one of the Ragnarok's original passengers present to hear history being made. Nod. Also, do you think Sucro will be able to understand it thanks to the Echo shenanigans? Because I think the Echo shenanigans apply to that in some way. Right? Also, given the quest image, I'm going to assume this pertains to Omega in some way. Only if the radio has a soul. Well, what if the message was transmitted by something or someone with a soul? I don't know why I'm respecting the lifts today. Or the ground, in fact. I could be flying. I still think that Sucro's motorcycle is a little bit opposite of the aesthetic of Sucro's healer garb right now. There are no ether currents beyond this point. Right, you might have in fact been the same person who was working like over there specifically. Yeah, like if we look over here at this other NPC, for example, you are also wearing armor of a similar nature because this is the Allegan PvP gear. But you've kept some of it on while switching to a coat. Ah, there you are. This is where we're to meet the engineers from Garland Ironworks, who I'm told potentially hold the key to unlocking our mystery transmission. They should be along at any moment. Yeah, that's a good point. Sorry, we're late. We had some trouble finding the right... Gods, is that you, Sucro? Who's this? Oh, that makes sense. Setting it to the right kind of music might have soul. Yes, the woman herself. I ran into her at the harbor and thought if anyone deserved to hear this message deciphered, it was Sucrofunk. No argument here, but bugger me if you don't have a knack for being in the right place at the right time. This actually has more to do with you than you might think, so please do stick around. Nod. Shall we pick up from where we left off then? Nod. As I was saying, we think this transmission the Ragnarok intercepted is a message of some kind, albeit in a language entirely alien to our ears. Alien being the operative word here. Considering we received the message out in the Great Expanse, its origin was likely some distant star. Unfortunately, our list of off-world allies is presently rather short, thus we were resigned to the fact that the meaning behind the message would remain beyond our understanding. Taunting grin. One of my colleagues, however, refused to give up. She remembered the Ironworks engineers who'd been so helpful in the construction of the Ragnarok, and turned to them for insight into our seemingly impossible problem. Nod. Do you know what Wedge said when he heard what was going on? We should have Omega listen to it. I bet it can tell us what the message means. Not the Omega you beat in the Rift, of course. He's talking about the toy that trundles around with Alpha, the little model we made. We had originally designed it to follow a chosen target and not much else, but I've seen it act in ways that... well, it's like it has a mind of its own. Then I got to thinking about those documents your lot sent the Chief, the full report on the final days. And the part about Omega's civilization, it said the people discovered how to convert the mind into data and store it outside the body. Timing being what it was, I wonder if Omega didn't somehow transfer its consciousness into our model right before you put an end to the real one. Alpha's here too. So, in an effort to get to the bottom of that, as well as take a crack at this indecipherable message, we decided to make some modifications. With help from Labyrinthos technicians, we've upgraded our toy Omega with a fully functional vocalization module. We played the transmission for Omega, and I think it's... that's Wedge. We played the transmission for Omega, and I think it's ready to share. Work. Are you in there, Omega? Affirmative. If by Omega you are referring to my consciousness rather than my entire former chassis existing inside this considerably smaller frame. Well, hello there, Omega. Interesting how Omega doesn't retroactively get the Omicron text box actually here. Gasp. Prediction. You will formulate several misconceptions. These I shall preemptively dismiss based on the following facts. 1. Vocalization module aside, this chassis remains unmodified from the design constructed by the engineers Biggs and Wedge. I evaluate its combat capabilities to be on par with a mortal infant. I am baby. 2. The mechanism which allowed me to perform an emergency transfer of my consciousness was installed in my previous body. With the destruction of that body, I am rendered incapable of replicating such a feat. Should this current material form be destroyed or cease to function, all cognitive awareness or presence I possessed will also be lost. Conclusion. I present no threat to you or your star, nor do my projections indicate the necessity to inflict harm. In the fraction of a moment before my annihilation in the Rift, I re-examined my directives. If I am to fulfill my purpose as an evolving construct, then I must continue my journey for improvement for as long as I exist. I must acquire this heart of yours, this strength of soul. Yeah, I am just a little creature. I cannot change this. Well, there you have it. And it's not wrong about its combat capabilities. It'd be more likely to damage itself than the thing it was trying to attack. Nod. Hey, should we show Omega to the Omicron projections of slightly, like, the Omicrons that are both real and also projections of a reality? Would that be bad or good? I don't know. But let's not forget the reason we brought you in the first place. What about the transmission they played for you? Could you recognize the language? Affirmative. It was transmitted in Pan-Galactic Basic. Pan-Galactic Basic? If such a language as Pan-Galactic Basic exists, how many living creatures exist? I mean, we've established that there's a lot of civilizations that were demolished, but the fact that there appears to be some sort of interstellar language, like global's not the right, a pan-galactic language that is basically the equivalent of common, implies a lot of civilizations existing, doesn't it? Pan-Galactic Basic? A common language in comparatively extensive usage throughout the worlds we have conquered. Which means you can finally tell us what the message said. That is the language you understand, yes? I understand it perfectly. I am fluent in over 6 million distinct dialectical codings. Blip. My cooperation in this matter, however, is conditional. Elaboration. Your Chief Sid utilizes the floor as part of his unorthodox filing system, which allowed me to scan the report on the final days. That's very funny. Your chief utilizes the floor as part of his unorthodox filing system. What a great unintentional burn. Thank you, Omega. I am aware that my home star, the one you call Alphatron, was obliterated in the aftermath of Sir and Meteon's meeting. The existence of Dynamis has not previously factored into my projections, but I now comprehend the concept in theory. What fails to compute is why the Omicrons were not immune to its effects. Dynamis should have no influence on a race which possesses no heart. Also, Alpha sat down at some point. And yet Sir expressed to Meteon a desire to cease existing. Illogical. I must pursue this anomaly further until the full equation becomes clear to me. I must analyze all the elements of the final days and deepen my understanding of the heart's intangible properties. To expedite this process, I require an external interpretation of those sections of the report which continue to produce errors in my calculations. I request the assistance of Sucrofunk. As one who experienced the ravages of ultimate despair on multiple fronts, and displayed immeasurable heart in engineering my defeat, she is the optimal choice to fulfill this role. Also, she is a cat. So we either agree to your conditions, or you tell us nothing. Sorry to put you at a spot like this, Sucro. If you have the time and the patience to spare, we'd all be grateful if you could humor the toy's demands. Nod. Alpha fell asleep. Was Alpha dozed off? Suppose the subject was a bit technical. Bloop. Rouse yourself, Alpha. You must listen to and consider these matters even as I must. Where? Why don't you make a trip out of it? You know, actually visit the places that has the, things Omega wants to ask about. It'll make explaining stuff easier, for one, and also help keep Alpha awake and alert. I really like this. Thank you for recommending this questline, Aya, because it seems really good already. What a remarkable development. Biggs and Wedge told me much of your encounter with Omega before we began. And now that we have the Omicron's weapon talking, there are so many questions I'm simply dying to ask. Back when we were first exploring our options, we did actually consider playing the transmission to the inhabitants of Ultima Thule. The problem is we'd be dealing with beings recreated through Dynamis. Their communication is based on emotional energy, and anything lacking that vital component would likely fail to register. That rules out a recorded message, and so we focused on the resources we had to hand, never dreaming that the solution would all but fall into our lap. Omega's been an outright terror to us in the past, but it's almost strange how little it frightens me now. It helps that it's trapped inside that tiny model, of course, and that it follows Alpha around like a puppy. But most of all, I remember the Chief telling me how much it sounded like a lost child there at the end. That is true, Omega did sound like that. I bet the Chief won't see this one coming. Once he gets over the shock, though, I don't think he'll want us to destroy Omega. Nero, on the other hand, he'll want to use the model for some dangerous experiment. In fact, maybe we should put off making a report for now. Where Que? I see you've chosen the mutually beneficial option. Logical. I guess Omega just gets the variant of my Omicron voice now. That makes sense. I don't remember how I voiced Omega before. Probably in my other robot voice that I have. Because I have 2 of those. Setting aside the matter of Sir, there are 3 elements of the report on which I desire clarification. The first of these concerns the progression of the final days in Razatan. I recognize no pattern in those who succumbed to the transformation and those who did not. That's a bit of a trek if you wanted to chat with the locals. How about we lend you an airship? I mean, I could invent more robot voices, but I have the one that imitates Gamma and Omega of Sonic. And I have the one that is more like this and how other robots talk in something. And that's about all I do, I guess. You know, I guess I do a little bit of a GLaDOS-like voice for the IA, so that's also a robot voice. I have got like 2.5 to 3 variants of robot. How about we lend you an airship? We do not require such outmoded technology. Sucro's teleportation spell is the most efficient option for long-distance travel. This chassis is a model, essentially a toy. An alpha, despite his organic composition, is indistinguishable from a stuffed doll. Conclusion, we qualify as material possessions. Pick us up and you can teleport the 3 of us to our destination. Begin Omega's journey for answers? Yes. This is gonna be fairly involved, isn't it? You can treat me like an item. Wow, teleporting in a cutscene. Rare. We're here now. Quack. Sensors indicate we've arrived in Razatan. Objective, identify factors for resistance to involuntary transformation. Hypothesis, unaltered survivors of the final days will display significant strength of heart. Confirming this theory will require the cooperation of live subjects. Where is the ward designated for residential habitation? Understood, comma, set as our sub-destination. Please take the lead and select the subjects we are to interview. Omega and Alpha are now accompanying you. Adorable. This body has no advanced navigational or geoscanning functionality. You must lead the way. Where? So that's... Oh, we have optional conversation over here. Time for adorable adventures with funny robot and funny chocobo. Discuss the stairs. Warning, please avoid stairs whenever possible. My projections indicate high risk probability for accidental slippage, leading to catastrophic structural damage. That's great. Tiny Omega is fantastic, I agree. Stepped inclines also increase my energy consumption by 63%. In mortal terms, they tire me out. Taking into account the difference in individual limb length, the design is inherently flawed. A convenient step height for one is an exhausting trial for another. Were I to oversee the civic design of this settlement, I would construct a sloped conveyor belt which enabled automatic traversal. 0 personal energy expenditure. Omega is very concerned about accessibility, it turns out. And I appreciate that. What do you think, Alpha? Quack! Alpha chirps enthusiastically, apparently unfazed by the prospect of climbing the stairs. Okay, but, like... Sorry, Omega. It'd be really funny if you actually could not climb the stairs here. But I don't think there's another way to get to that part of the city. Except for using the aetheryte, which I don't know if that's allowed. I wish I could ask Tiny Omega why the hexagons. I know we talked about how bees agree that they're like the superior shape. Oh, is there a robot from RoboCop that laments stairs? I don't know anything about RoboCop. The only robot I can think of that laments stairs is Claptrap from Borderlands because of the wheel. If only Borderlands was funny. That's a controversial statement for me to make out of nowhere. I don't think Borderlands is funny anymore. Maybe that's not controversial these days, I don't know. Hey, what's up, melancholy man? Huh? Are you a traveler? Please, if you have a moment, I could use an outsider's perspective. Nod. You see, I was one of those who sought to escape the madness plaguing the world by fleeing to the moon. I love how that's a normal statement. Not that we ever went, in the end. So here I am, recently returned from Charlian, except now things are strained between my sister and I since she chose to stay and I chose to leave. I asked her to help me find work and she suggests I look somewhere that isn't Thabner. As if I wanted to abandon my home. It makes me so angry. Is every Borderlands thing about... I know that Tiny Tina's Wonderlands is about Tiny Tina. I guess she's in 3 as well. She does show up again. I feel like Tiny Tina has, like, transmuted the entire humor of the games into hers, in a way. Though, 2 was also kinda... Yeah. I think Borderlands 1 is the best written Borderlands game. I haven't seen Tales of the Borderlands. I mean, like, of the main ones. I thought 2 was funny when it released. Oh, right, God, yeah. When you put it that way, it does seem like they only have Tina left, huh? But I think Borderlands 2 was funny to me when it released, but I think the main problem with the Borderlands humor is that it tries too much. It's just constantly flinging jokes at you and hoping some of them stick, and it's like really overwhelming. Like Borderlands 1 had some jokes in it, but they were more like relatively more subtle in how they were presented. It wasn't like joke, jokety, joke butts, unicorn that's named butt, haha, jokety, joke. That makes a little bit of sense, but it was the weirdest way to put it possible. It's something. Sometimes they have jokes that land pretty well, though. I think the funniest joke in Borderlands 3 is there's a side quest where the villains are trying to find a replacement for an early boss in the game that you killed. So you're going through the dungeon again where that boss was as you listen to them trying to, like, taking auditions and whatnot. And then a guy shows up who says, "I look and sound exactly like the last guy!" And he's just like exactly the boss fight that you already killed, and he gets hired instantly, and then you fight the boss again. And that's funny. That's the funniest thing in Borderlands 3. Anyway, now that tangent is out of the way. Blip. Your point is unclear. You elected to relocate to the star's satellite, thus your relative now perceives you in a negative light. Your sibling's judgment is an error. Based on the information made available to Honish citizens, your decision to withdraw to the moon was both logical and correct. Conversely, the decision to remain in Razad-Han, despite the low probability of survival, defies explanation. Perhaps her reasoning pathways are faulty. That's right! I'm not quite sure what you're saying, but I'm right, aren't I? So I'd like to think. The problem is I understand why my sister feels this way. I almost decided against going myself. Even then, I wasn't sure that leaving behind everything I loved was the right choice. And with the way it all turned out, yeah. Identifying Omega as a strange metal frog is a good thing to identify Omega as. Oh, hello again. You're the one who came to ask me questions about Khazal. I'm glad to see you looking well after all that than hearing the screams, but truth be told, I'm still confused as to what actually happened. I only know it wasn't unusual for entire families to go missing. Many of my neighbors' houses lie empty even now. Kalzal's place is one of them. He had no close relatives to speak of, and I heard that it was members of the consortium who came to remove his belongings. What a terrible thing to have to do. Terrible. Kalzal's passing was recorded in the report. Clearing out his domicile and readying it for new habitation seems an appropriate reallocation of resources. Dear me, what a clever little contraption. But of course I'm not against making use of his quarters. That would be wasteful. It's simply that Kalzal was always such a vigorous person. All that passion, all those dreams suddenly gone. I feel the same sorrow for everyone who was lost. Seeing the remnants of those vibrant lives packed away in boxes, that is what I mean by terrible. What do you think so far, Omega? Please continue the questioning. These auditory sensors are inferior, but I am able to hear your conversations with sufficient clarity. What do you think, Alpha? What? I love the sound of Omega walking. Actually, I've never tried G-pose with the people following me before. But it certainly works. Can we get a... Okay, so you can't be moved faster than this, but... Look at Omega go. You can hear the sound well enough. I wonder how much you can pose people that are following you. Probably like a little bit, maybe? Hey, don't I know you? Yes, after the beasts were taken care of, you told me to join everyone in the square. Thanks to you, I was there when Vritra gave his speech. I found out who Varshan really was. It's a shame we don't get to play like we used to, but Mama says Vritra has been busy putting the city back in order. Maybe I can work for him one day when I'm a man grown. Vritra, Midgard Sormer's offspring, yes? And this child wishes to put himself at the worm's command that he might make his own contribution to society. A pattern emerges. I predict that the Hanish survivors are those who had ingested Vritra's blood and became his draconic minions. No. Though dragons were no match for our civilization's might, their combat capabilities are not to be underestimated. It is unlikely they would experience emotions of dread or uncertainty as exhibited by lesser beings in times of undue stress. Dragons? I'm not a dragon, and I never ingested anyone's blood either. Ew. You are not of Vritra's horde, so you possess no hidden means to fight off the beasts. What of fear, then? You were frightened? Yes, I was frightened. I just hid and hoped they wouldn't find me, at least until she told me it was safe to come out. Sukuro, I require a moment to process this input. Let us move apart and discuss our findings. I love Omega jumping to the conclusion that people were like, oh, you got dragon blood? Sure, why not? Processing data, evaluating hypotheses against accumulated evidence. I offered an optimal analysis of each subject's testimony, yet each time their responses conflicted with my assessment. Without identifying the root cause of this conflict, I will be unable to properly define what constitutes strength of heart. Surely dragons are too cool to be sad? Yeah. Perhaps the heart you seek lies in the conflict itself. Perhaps we should continue the questioning. Perhaps the matter is beyond you. It seems like the ways that what you were saying, or how they conflicted with what you were saying, or what you're looking for. An interesting observation. It is possible my base criteria is in error. In which case it is imperative that I continue this learning process and repair any fundamental misconceptions. Next, I wish to interact with an individual who endured similar circumstances to Kalzal prior to his transformation. Are you acquainted with any local merchants who had dealings with him? Ginabaha of Ruveda Fibers, acknowledged. Sub-destination set. Sucro has a way better memory than I do. Good job, Sucro. I think Sucra is probably somewhat scatterbrained as well, though. There's a extra discussion point. Now I'm starting to wonder, is Omega going to examine the textiles and wonder why there aren't hexagons in them or something? Are we actually going to get a where are the hexagons somewhere in here? The stones in this pathway are of an irregular shape that only approaches the might of the hexagon. I find this to be suboptimal. Oh, we're talking about birds instead. What do you think about birds, Omega? Halt, Sucro. Do not proceed beyond the fence. In this body, birds of that size represent lethal, unthinking threats. Oh. I do not experience fear, but I recognize the danger of bird. They will peck my casing apart, searching for meat that does not exist. Conversely, Alpha can correctly identify my absence of nutritional content. If only he would apply that intelligence toward maintaining a regular feeding schedule. Poor habits adversely affect his mobility. I do not contain any meat or candy. Alpha, take care of yourself, yeah. Quack. Alpha looks back and forth between Omega and the Hamsa, showing visible concern. Alpha recognizes the danger that Funny Bird poses to Omega. Wait, how do I guess I circle around if I don't... Can I just... Will this work? It sure does. Okay. I'm overestimating the restrictions on NPCs following you. Oh, right, you. Well, look who it is. I must thank you again for your help in moving our textiles. Recovering from those tragic events has been difficult, of course, but with everyone pulling together, we've managed to get things back up and running. Jinabaha, I come with questions related to that tragedy, specifically your survival of the final days. Although you are similar to Kalzal in many respects, he succumbed to the transformation and you did not. Why? What is the critical difference between you and him? What? I'm sure I don't know. I'm not especially brave or courageous, if that's what you're asking. Perhaps being focused on protecting our workshops kept me from spinning into a panic. Still, I imagine Kalzala would have been feeling that same sense of responsibility. Perhaps the weight of it all is what invited his demise. You were of the same mind, resolved to the same purpose. Yet your strength of heart or spirit was not equal. If merely emulating the individual is insufficient, then some other unseen factor must be involved. Not to interrupt these deep philosophical musings, but do you think I could ask you a small favor? Questioning head tilt? There's a man by the name of Nashvan who's been helping us out here while he gets back on his feet. I have a feeling he'd benefit from speaking with you. Leave by the eastern exit and you should find him just outside organizing some new inventory items. Discuss the Thavnarian weave. The equipment being manufactured here, it is worn to perform specific duties, yes? Conceptually, it seems analogous to our practice of switching frames to better serve our mission objectives. I, for example, did not begin existence with the Omega model. I was originally supplied with a standard issue Omicron chassis, serial number M017. On this world, that alphanumeric combination would be considered my given name. Such designations are drawn from our nearly infinite register of celestial bodies to avoid the possibility of duplication. Drawn from your... Oh, interesting. So you're not... It's not just a serial number, it's a name after a planet that you've given a number. Furthermore, the cluster known as the M017 is better expressed in your language as the Omega Nebula, the same word I used to introduce myself to your kind. Oh. Huh. Though you associate Omega with the advanced weapon construct, it is also my name. and I see no reason to change it no matter which frame I inhabit. Huh. So in a sense, you've already become a little more having a soul in a way by like identifying with a name rather than your serial number exclusively. Like, despite various things and so on. Quick! Alpha puffs out his chest proudly, seeming to imply that his Ironworks uniform is the best attire anyone could wear. Aw. Very interesting insights into Omega's worldview and also Alpha being adorable. What more can you ask for? Is that worldview? Alpha's... or I mean Omega's, oh. Are you doing okay? Okay, you're very hungry, right. I think I've run into you before. Hello, Nashvan. Nod. That's all our orders accounted for, and everything looks to be of good quality. Kamala will be pleased. Gasp. You were with the Scions. You were there. Yes, I'm sure of it. I'll never forget that day. You and your friends helped us escape when people began changing into beasts. My own son, he was afflicted. Then that huge monstrosity loomed right over him and... oh, I remember my heart turning to ice, freezing in place. The satrap came to my aid, but then he too was gone. Gasp. As Sukra remembers. Right, yeah, you. This guy. Graha was there too. The memories run together in my mind like flashes from a nightmare. Only the words of your comrades still ring clear. I repeated them over and over. Like a mantra as I fled for my life. You must run for their sake and your own. Right, I sort of remember that. It all seems so surreal, that which was probably what saved me from the transformation. The truth of it didn't begin to sink in until the worst of it was over. I have not the words to describe how I felt then, the sorrow, the overwhelming sense of helplessness. I may still be wallowing in misery if not for my old friend Jinabaha. I'd lost my will to work and he encouraged me with kind words and odd jobs. Now somehow I live again. I'm thankful to him, to the courageous Ahewan, and to you. If you see your comrades, please let them know their efforts were not in vain. Nod. You said you lost your will to work. This signifies a cessation of efforts to maintain basic life functions, yes? What changed to extract you from that stagnation? An offer of work from Jinabaha should mean little to one without the desire to accept it. Was it some manner of mortal instinct, a primal need to survive and thrive? Instinct? No, it wasn't that. If anything, my instincts were telling me to lay down and welcome an end to the pain. Every day I think of my boy's final moments. I think of how scared he must have been, how it must have hurt, and I want to scream my throat raw. The satrap, too, still haunts my dreams. I see him being swallowed whole and jolt awake in a cold sweat. But something changed when Jinabaha came to me. I looked up and saw that even without my son or Ahewan, the world around me continued to turn. And because that fact grieved me so, I knew it fell to me to live on and remember them. Strange, isn't it? What drives me to rise in the morning is the very sorrow which once crippled me. The very sorrow which once crippled me. I think it's interesting how everyone just sort of accepts Omega existing and talking to them and like asking these questions, and they're like, huh, you know what? Sure, I'll talk about my philosophy with this funny robot. Why not? Now I really must return to my work. To lose this job after everything I just said would be a poor jest indeed. That is true. Weirder things have happened. May the sisters keep you well. Nod. I thought he was gonna turn and acknowledge Alpha and be like, also very cute Chocobo, thank you. Sorrow, the emotion generated by mortals when their ideals fail to materialize. This I have observed. Yet when I listen to how Nashvan's sorrow served to rescue him from his near-fatal despondency, his logic eludes me. Am I incapable of perceiving the full measure of the heart's properties? My best projections failed to predict our subject's responses, and despite their almost equal occupational and mental parameters, Shinabaha and Kalzal exhibited different reactions to the dynamis effect. I am no closer to recognizing the pattern for involuntary transformations, and your ephemeral mortal spirits confound me as much if not more than they did before. Have you considered that there is no pattern? The hearts of others were ever shrouded in mystery, or perhaps it's time we move on to the next element you want clarified. Look, it's very like a machine to look for patterns, but it's also really like people to look for patterns, but sometimes there just aren't patterns. Sometimes there just ain't a pattern to look for. No pattern. You imply that the transformation was not contingent on individual fortitude, but rather a random contribution of environmental factors. I'd say that's probably part of it. Such a theory would explain the otherwise conflicting data. Very well, I shall accept this as a provisional conclusion to this part of my investigation. I do, however, expect you to continue supplementing my education of heart-related matters. Mark. Also, Que. Oh. Oh, wait, okay, they're right there. I thought it was, like, suddenly over. Que. Oh. First of all, we get some question marks. Secondly, there is a return of one of these quest titles. Our next destination will be Camp Broken Glass. I desire elaboration on the dealings between the Ilsabard contingent and the citizens of Garlemald. The report described the contingent's purpose as the salvation of the local populace. Furthermore, both factions faced a common enemy in the Telophoroi. Why did they not immediately combine forces to their mutual benefit? This inconsistency requires closer examination. Sucro, initiate teleportation. That could say hello. I'm not really sure how to read that. I think this is also another point where I will do this, because it's been a bit. Which means I might as well flip another... I don't know why I muted the microphone in the middle of saying that. I might as well flip another funny coin. Do you think it will be Tails for like the 17,000th time in a row? Let's find out. Congratulations to those who thought it would in fact be Tails again for the billionth time in a row. It's, thank you for petting Calico. I'm gonna flip this coin 10 more times and tell you the results, okay? 1. Tails. 2. Tails. 3. Tails. 4. Tails. 5. Tails. I'm not joking! 6. Tails. 7. Tails. 8. Heads. 9. Tails. 10. Tails. Are you kidding me? Did Google literally break flip a coin? Or is this just my luck in action? It literally got, in 10 flips, it landed on Tails 9 times. What? Is it buttered? I feel like it would have less butter. The Google representation of heads and tails. Heads is like a picture of a head wearing a laurel crown, and then tails is like a brazier with flames. 2 more tails. 3 more tails. 4. There's heads again. Good grief. Maybe I need to flip a coin using a different website. Anyway. I think Alpha is cold. Teleportation successful. Evaluating immediate environs. A cold weather region by Aetherius standards, but significantly less extreme than a star with ice planet classification. This body should not be unduly impeded. In contrast to Alpha and his uncontrollable shivering, my frame appears highly resistant to low temperatures. Aw, poor Alpha. Retrieving data. Records indicate that remnants of the contingent force and a number of Imperial citizens yet inhabit this location. Use the Poketch coin flip. God, wouldn't that be good? We must speak with the representatives from both factions and explore their respective attitudes. Blip. Proceed. I had no idea, I've said it already, but I had no idea what to expect from this quest when it was recommended that I do it, and I really like this so far. Sucro, come to see how things are progressing, have you? I got a funny robot frog that wants to talk to you. Can't speak for the overall strategy, but communication with the locals has become a damn sight easier since Euless and his soldiers stepped in to help. Well, we still face our fair share of distrust, of course. Some folk even think we're enslaving minds with our foreign magics. Huh. We have Anima to thank for putting that idea in their heads. But all things considered, I'd say we're doing pretty well. Establishing an open dialogue was the first big step. Query, you consider this level of progress acceptable? The reality of your efforts falls far short of the ideal. If your aim is to provide efficient succor to the local populace, then absorbing their numbers into your command structure would be the optimal path. Oh, I wouldn't go that far. We're not looking to take over their nation. If we're to do this the right way, we need to recognize and respect each other's way of life. So while it may not be the easiest solution, I agree with the contingent's slow and steady approach. I'm just happy we're saving lives. Sound of Omega walking around. A shadow from the past? Yes, I know you from Victor's spoils. Have you come to laugh at me? A wretch who chose to lose Lycinia and her sister rather than accept your help? The fool who ended up reliant upon your charity nonetheless? No. Well, perhaps I deserve your derision. My compatriots surely scorn my failed conviction. I have shamed my people and brought dishonor upon my nation. I'm no better than a kept beast, my pride sold for a bowl of feed. But my soul, nay, that you shall not have. I've refused your honeyed efforts of a new home. This land is where I belong, and this is where I shall remain. You demonstrate opposition to the contingent's overtures. On what basis do you refuse this cooperation? The data suggests the local populace is struggling to produce the bare minimum of sustenance. Have you some secret strategy for survival, or do your orders compel you to accept your present misfortune? What? Must I be mocked by a Magitech toy now? No, I have no secret strategy, no binding orders. I but comport myself as any true Garlean patriot would. Uncompromising, unbending. Blast it all. Once again, this input is unanticipated. Let us move aside and process what we've heard. How do you explain emotional, like, reasoning to a being that struggles to comprehend it? I guess that's what this is about. Accessing and analyzing recorded data. Integration complete. I have evaluated this most recent input and made comparisons to our discoveries at Razatan. Consistent only in their inconsistency, the responses from both contingent member and Imperial citizen were highly irrational. Conversely, any Omicron considering their predicaments would have echoed my assessment exactly. The divergence from self-evident logic is key. Hypothesis: the illogical relationship between would-be saviors and suffering populace is another result of the unpredictable nature of mortal hearts. Nod. Any property or ability has inherent advantages and disadvantages. Yet I have never encountered such a unique detriment. It appears that those who share your metaphysical capabilities are prone to complicating simple cognitive processes. An undesirable quality. I will, however, persist in furthering my understanding of the subject. Work. Query. Prior to formulating our next step, I wish to know, who is this Lycinia the Imperial mentioned? Sad Garlemald theme. Sucro explaining. Acknowledged. To summarize, insufficient data on foreign culture resulted in inadvisable and ultimately fatal action. I witnessed such self-destructive behavior over the course of our planetary conquests. Overwhelmed enemy forces would voluntarily withdraw into perilous regions, leading to a succession of inevitable losses. Tangential data request. I wish to learn about burial customs. The practice has ever seemed nonsensical, but new data suggests it arises from the same source as your cognitive complications. Take me to this Lycinia's burial site. It may aid me in bloop, bloop. Gasp. Omega ran out of batteries. Energy delivery systems compromised. Core temperature critically low. Warning, immediate heating required. Request, apply friction to outer frame. Shake Omega. Sucro, you need to hug the robot, yeah? I thought you said temperature nominal, energy levels stabilizing. The creators of this model must have experienced impaired cognitive reasoning during the design process. Upon our return, I will request additional climate shielding, as well as an accurate temperature sensor array. This will not affect my combat capabilities, but should improve my basic survival rate. Reconfirming sub-destination. In which direction will we find Victor's spoils? Acknowledged. Alpha, you are to remain in close proximity, close enough to envelop me in your feathers. You are permitted to carry me on your back if you so choose. Alpha, I need to be able to receive a hug on demand. By the way, there's a cash shop item that is a motorcycle with a sidecar, and Alpha sits in the sidecar. And also, this motorcycle works as a two-person mount. But Alpha does not leave the sidecar. The second person just sits on the back of the motorcycle. This quest is kind of making me want to have that and also summon Omega as a minion, so I adventure around with the two of them more often. Yeah. Gross plant noise detected. Increase in altitude advised to distance yourself from the sound. I agree. We must visit the sad zone. Que? Oh no. I find Other M to be a suboptimal entry in the Metroid series. A deceptively deep snowdrift almost defeated me. But we have successfully arrived at the location you indicated. Caution advised. An unknown individual appears to be investigating the object of my interest. Huh? You're Eorzea's champion, aren't you? Sucro Funk. That's true. Oh, I never introduced myself, did I? I'm Manius, soldier of the 1st Legion and comrade of Euless. Perhaps you remember me from Tertium. We spoke about collecting ceruleum, and again later on, after Lord Quintus had passed. Oh yeah, I do sort of remember you. Can do without the fading to white still. Gasp. Manius, explanation requested. What is the reason for your presence here? That must be the tiniest Magitech weapon Ah, no, it's just an oddly shaped communicator, isn't it? In any case, I have nothing worthy to report. I heard that the sisters who used to live in my sector were buried here, so I thought I'd come and pay my respects. Alphino and Alize told me the story, complete with profuse apologies, but they were adamant that no amount of remorse could erase the tragedy of what came to pass. Not that my fellow soldiers and I are in any place to judge. We were manipulated, fooled into starting an insurrection which led to countless deaths among our own countrymen. Objection. The casualties incurred through your infighting are distinct from those caused by the Iltibard contingent. To restate, you are justified in seeking restitution from the contingent for causing the deaths of Lycinia and her sister. Retaliation for damages sustained is also a logical progression. I can deduce 2 reasons why you do not initiate hostilities with Sucro and her allies. 1. You judge your remaining forces too weakened to contend effectively with the contingent. 2. Your emotions are complicating the issue. Tell me, which of these is correct? Well, when you lay it out like that... I'm afraid my answer isn't like to win me any medals, so would you mind keeping this to yourselves? Nod. There's the unspoken thought that we're outmatched on the battlefield, certainly. But the real reason I'm not demanding restitution has little to do with weighing the odds. The simple truth is I'm so caught up with simple survival that I've no strength to spare for past grievances. The same goes for avenging any comrades we've lost, be that my brothers in arms or Lord Quintus himself. Oh, the bloodstain is still there, and also we're looking at it in the cutscene, although it seems everyone has an opinion about the manner of his passing. Some say he should have fought to the end. That he abandoned us to the enemy, until the end, I should say. Others praise him for taking the full burden of responsibility and freeing us to walk our own path. I don't know who's right and who's wrong, but I'm inclined to side with the latter. He gave us the choice of freedom. That's the choice I made. I could cry and rant and rage, but what would be the point? I'll save my energy for worrying about my next meal, my next task. I need to focus on the ones left behind, on making some kind of life for my comrades and me. If I need to lean on the contingent to do that, then that's what I'll do. Even if their aid comes at a price, I'm willing to pay it. Even amongst your own, there are times when cooperation demands compromise. What matter that they're outsiders? Besides, I think I could grow to like Alphino and Alize. They've reached out to us with kindness and compassion from the very beginning. Smile. Summation, your desire to survive, even should it mean allying with the contingent, was a feeling you already harbored. That your side had committed worse atrocities was the logic you invented later to justify your reasoning. Blunt but accurate, I suppose. The heart is honest about what it wants, even if the mind takes a while to reconcile the decision. Questioning head tilt chocobo version. Well, this has been oddly cathartic, but I must return to my duties. There are wild beasts to cull, which watchfires to light, supplies to transport. Even without an emperor, there is no rest for an imperial. Be well and stay safe. Upon review of recent input, I have arrived at an unexpected conclusion. I've been formulating my assessments on the premise that it was man who commanded the strength of his heart, but the data suggests the opposite is true. The surge of spirit, of feelings, of emotions can entangle your thoughts to such a degree that even control over your own behavior is compromised. It seems a most counterproductive specification. This also explains why my interactions with mortal subjects have produced more confusion than clarification. It presents a formidable barrier to understanding. Quack. My earlier hypothesis has been borne out. The suboptimal operation being conducted here is the result of emotionally compromised reasoning. I am ready to progress to my third and final query. Nod. I would learn more about those referred to as ancients. It is clear that this group was a crucial factor in the final days, but the information contained in the report was insufficient to form an overview. The Lupperits are creations of the ancients, and are said to maintain repositories of their knowledge. By my calculations, the base of these moon dwellers will provide the best source of additional data. Teleport us to their burrow, Sucro, preferably before my battery freezes over. Yeah, Sucro, please teleport me to the moon. I was expecting Omega to say, Sucro, please teleport me to the past to talk to the ancients, but this works too, I guess. Sucro, what is Bunui? Where? For what purpose does the mortal misspell the moniker bunny when referring to a rabbit? It seems illogical to intentionally misspell a word. Your teleportation spell was successful. We appear to have arrived at the location described as Bestway's Burrow. An inspection of the technology in use here would give me detailed insight into the ancients and their civilization. This body, however, lacks my previous frame's advanced observational functionality. I will require external assistance. Huh? No, it can't be. It is you! Sucro, I've missed you so! Oh, what's this you've brought with you? The soft, feathery vision! We've been outfluffed! Pack up the moon, it's all over! Why bother with burrow building bunnies when you could walk around with this adorable avian engineer? Just bake me into a pie and be done with it. Growing we know. Inspector Inventions? Wait, so you're not done with us? I forget which voice Growing Way was, but I think it's... I wasn't truly worried, of course. I certainly wasn't about to roll myself into dough and dive into Cooking Way's new oven. I think it was something like that, I don't know. If a technical breakdown is what you need, then I'm your Loperate. As the resident atmospheric regulation expert, I can field any question or query you might care to pose. Acceptable. I will employ this being to guide me around the facilities. Your presence is not mandatory. Even locked within my current chassis, I am still an autonomous construct that has endured hundreds of your life cycles. I am capable of completing this simple objective alone. Nod. Okay, bye. What do you want to do, Alpha? Oh, okay. What do I do then? Guess I'm just gonna stand here. Objective complete. What happened to Growing Way, or was the tour helpful? Where'd Growing Way go? After my 50th question, his responses began to suffer noticeable delays. By that stage, we had viewed a representative cross-section of Loperate engineering, thus I deemed it unnecessary to retain his company. Sad chocobo motion. Conclusion. Extrapolating from the fraction of technology on display, the full spectrum of the Ancients' advancements was at minimum equivalent to a level 4 civilization. A fact which demands further investigation. Despite establishing a near-ideal society, these beings nevertheless harbored a weakness which invited self-destruction. In studying them, I stand to gain a greater understanding of Sir's anomalous decision. Work, not Omega voice. Growing Way informed me that another type of ancient-made entity exists upon this satellite, the one they call the Watcher. I would speak to him. That makes sense. Then conserve your ether. We will ride this Argos to our destination as you have suggested. Sucro, I wish to ride the funny dog. Quack. It's important to read all the Alpha dialogue, by the way. Argos is pointedly ignoring the existence of Omega and Alpha. Impotence detected. The creature identified as Argos refuses to acknowledge our presence. Hypothesis. Upon our arrival, Growing Way expressed a concern that he had been outfluffed. This suggests the existence of a fluff-based hierarchy. God! Wasn't ready for that line of dialogue. My station in such a system would be predictably low, but Argos is adamant in ignoring even Alpha. Its fluffiness level is impossible to gauge. Argos turns to you with an impassive gaze. It seems you will need to intervene. Sucro, I need to be fluffier. Sucro, I have heard that some people with emotions possess a fluff sona or something. Just think of them as luggage. You're the fluffiest of them all. Don't worry, Argos, you're the fluffiest. Sucro's single brain cell that she's choosing to have right now. Argos gives an exasperated snort before motioning to his back. It seems you have permission to climb aboard. You have secured the creature's permission. Curious. Is it your fluffy tail which provides such exemplary standing in the hierarchy? Outstanding! Outstanding! Sucro's fluffiness acknowledged. Screenshot. Apparently. Oh yeah, I didn't take any screenshots today. I have allowed myself to become distracted. Let us continue on to the Watcher at once. Sucro is very important, and her fluffiness is also important. But first, let's repair things. Wait, when did I get all this money? I feel like I've made like 200,000 gil today, and I don't even know how that happened. The Watcher located. An estimate of this being's height explains the inconvenient scale of Bestway's burrow. True. Quah! Quah, quah, quah! Are the quest rewards that many? I was bemused by the arrival of these small visitors, but I see they are companions of yours. Oh right, Rika gave me 200,000 gil. Duh. My memory is so poor. I'm sorry, Rika. What a rare thing for my abode to be thus crowded. How may I be of service to you? Hello, Watcher. My purpose here is to learn more about the ancients. I would know of their deeds, their philosophies, the very nature of their hearts. I would understand why the final days was visited upon my home star. A worthy endeavor, but there is another better suited to assisting you with that task. Perhaps you might favor us with a tale or two of the ancients you met during your travels, Sucro. My fragmented memories would be a pale substitute indeed for the clarity of your more recent experiences. Whatever I'm talking about has prompted the Watcher to stand up. It's a little bit difficult to read Sucro's expression with the glasses and the bangs sometimes. Sucro tell a very involved story. Nod. Yes, I can envision every detail. Your meeting with Vana and Imitselk and Hythlodaeus. The sorrow and determination of Hermes. I am a creation of Hydaelyn, and as such I believed the age of the ancients would fade and be forgotten. Yet knowing that their memory lives so vividly within you, it brings me great joy. I pray you keep them close to your heart. Nod, smile. At the time of your journey to the past, the one whose essence I embody would have been a scholar at Enider. A shame, had you reason to go there, perhaps you might have met. As a man of learning, he was firm friends with Vana. They spent long hours trading theories or debating the laws of the universe. I remember joining her faction as the final days bore down upon us. Yet of the events surrounding that tragedy I recall precious little. Hydaelyn wished for the people of your age to decide their own path. Thus I suspect my recollection was limited by design. Yet even she could not cut away one persistent memory. I feel most distinctly his sadness at what was to come to pass. That in becoming Hydaelyn's heart, Vana would forever stand apart from the people she so loved. It is cool, yeah. If she were so resolved in her convictions, then he too would share her sleepless vigil over the future yet to unfold. Thus was the vow he made to Vana as her transformation took hold. His fervent wish must have reached her in some fashion. For though his life was drained away by the summoning, he was reborn with new form and new purpose when I awoke as the Watcher of the Moon. And you heard, Sucro. You felt. You thought. Ha. Here you'll think. And in seizing the future for yourselves, have you brought full circle to the saga which Vana began. What you accomplished was no divine miracle, but it was but the beacon of hope, passed down from one generation to the next. A succession of wishes and prayers reshaping the star into the world we knew you deserved. You have our deepest gratitude. I thank you not only as myself, but as the man I once was, and on behalf of those who devoted themselves to Vana's vision. Gasp. Bloop, bloop. I understand the facts of your story, Sucro, but not how you have chosen to process them. On what grounds do you speak of Vana with such fondness? By sundering the world, she ultimately guided your kind to victory, yet in doing so caused irreparable damage to its individual members. The full scale of that act is beyond calculation. It is evident, however, that it resulted in a protracted period of suboptimal existence for Emet-Selch and his brethren. Query: if the survival of your kind is the deciding factor in your evaluation, then should you not also admire Hermes and his decision to subject man to a trial, forcing you to change or perish, and as was the fate of countless civilizations before you? From my perspective, his determination was similar to that of the Omicron's ancestors, those who first began trading flesh for machine, so that our people might stand against the onslaught of aggression from other races. It was an unprecedented attempt, accompanied by much failure and sacrifice. Their early experiments were crude, primitive. Had they not made those first advances, however, we would have remained vulnerable to our environment. The violence would have utterly consumed us. And what of Emet-Selch himself? Judging by your retelling, he was a benevolent ally saddled with tragic fate. Yet I remember the years when my instruments fed me data from events across the entire star. During that time, I witnessed his Ascians engineer multiple instances of cataclysmic strife. These calamities, as you know them, were responsible for planet-wide destruction. A man whose endgame relied upon the extinction of all modern mortals must, by definition, be your worst enemy. Thinking. I require an answer. As a being of heart and soul, how do you classify each of these pivotal figures? From your perspective, which of them was most justified in their actions? Oh geez, that's a heck of a question. They were all justified in their own way. Vana, Hermes, Emet-Selch, none of them. Damn, that's a hell of a question to spring on me, Omega. Jesus. What do I think about this? Like, my instinct is all of them were justified in their own way, right? Like, I can think of explanations for why they all did what they did. And it all makes sense to me, and at least to the degree that I can understand them. I'm not sure what Sucro's decision would be either, but, like, to be honest, whatever my conclusion here is probably similar to whatever Sucro's would be, because that's just how in-character works for me a lot of the time. But, like, while I can't claim to understand any of them completely, I can get the general idea of each of their motivations and their reasoning. And I feel like I don't agree with all of them, but I can understand how they felt justified for what they did to some degree. Like, So my instinctive response is the first one. But this is a heck of a question. I honestly think it's just they were all justified in their own way. Like, each of them saw what they were doing as what had to be done. I don't know if that's exactly what the prompt was, like, how did they justify it, but like, all of their actions make sense from some angle. They were all justified in their own way, I think. I think I understand. You seek a definitive answer, yet based on our experiences, Sucro and I might develop very different opinions. In the same fashion, you are free to form your own thoughts on the matter. Do not be so swift to consider them without merit. Nod. I do not have my own thoughts on the matter. I assess each situation with the same logic pathways available to every Omicron. Even if 1,000 Omicrons were asked to analyze the same event, they would all return the same result, regardless of individual experience. There is no strength to be found in fractured reasoning. Nonetheless, I find your input valuable, recording data alongside interview results. Nod. This concludes my investigation into the incomplete elements of the final day's report. I will reanalyze the accumulated information and examine the factors which led to Sir's incomprehensible decision. Let us return to Thomazine. I still don't know how to say that word. Work. It was pleasant to hear your tales of Elpis. Should you ever need an audience familiar with the subject, I would be glad to listen to more of your recollections. Even with one's gaze fixed upon the future, we oftentimes find our thoughts drifting to the past. It is a shame that Heidelin never chose to speak of it. What an interesting questline. Like, for real. I probably don't need to clarify with that for real, but like, seriously, this was super worth doing. And really cool. This game is good. It may surprise you that I like Final Fantasy XIV. But I do. And by it may surprise you, I mean it probably won't. Quah! Whoops. Lip. Sucro, I wasn't sure you'd be back in time. For what? You had a fruitful trip, I hope. I'm absolutely bursting to ask about your experiences with Omega, but I don't wish to be a pest. I will swallow my questions for now and maintain my academic decorum. Besides, it seems our engineering friends are in a hurry to leave. Ah, there you are, right at the last moment. Your journey with Omega was properly educational, I hope? I planned to ask you all about it in that mystery transmission besides, but I'm afraid something urgent has come up. Seems one of our Ironworks associates has fouled up a job elsewhere, and Jesse needs Wedge and me to rush in and lend a hand. There's an airship already waiting for us out in the harbor, in fact. Do you think you could escort us over there and talk as we walk? Acceptable. I am fully capable of speech during ambulation. I figured you might be. Right, let's get a move on then. Oh, it's the music from Ultima Thule, too. So, you cleared up all those points of confusion, then. This dialogue's gonna advance on its own. I had mistakenly classified your intangible heart as an ability of some kind. This is also probably a great time to find a screenshot somewhere. An uncanny power that Omicrons could neither learn nor even measure. Even now, its full nature yet eludes my comprehension. Based upon our investigations, however, I've decided to alter my definition. A phenomenon which influences one's interpretation of reality. You know, that makes sense. That is as close to an answer as I have found. Gasp. Accordingly, Sir's actions upon meeting Medion strongly indicate the presence of a heart. Sir did not follow routine logic, but formulated an independent assessment based upon the reality it perceived. It felt that the best recourse for the Omicrons was to cease their expansion and terminate all functions. That's definitely the thumbnail there. Got it in like 3, 4. Space. It looks like this sometimes. But what's the mystery message? I hope it's like a grocery list or something after all of this. Well, here's our ship. Aye, we need to be going, but first I'll hold you to your bargain, Omega. It's time you told us what was in that transmission from the flight logs. Acknowledged. I will uphold the terms of our agreement. The recording salvaged from the Ragnarok was a simple one. The message is so basic, in fact, that the time spent listening to it may result in a net loss of value. Shall I continue? Now you're just teasing. Tell us the message already. Acknowledged. Converting dialect coding to local language. To whomever receives this message out there in the vast reaches of the cosmos. Someone, I hope, who looks up at the stars with the same wistful gaze as mine. To you I say, forge ahead. May all our tomorrows be blessed with joy. Oh. Gasp. Me too, Sucro. That's really good. Forge ahead. What a great quest line, wow. That got me. The music is also, this message had no designated recipient. It lacks purpose. This concept of joy is overly abstract. The vocal supplication to manifest said joy is unrealistic in its optimism. Yet based upon their expressions, my assessment of the transmission's value conflicts with its apparent impact. And still I fail to understand you, sir. Your heart still confuses me. Was termination of everything the correct course? How did you arrive at this conclusion? Nodding. It defies all my attempts at reasoning. But I was designed to evolve. If I continue to learn, the probability that I eventually comprehend this phenomenon is greater than 0. So I will put the dilemma of your decision aside for now. Wave. Various waving goodbye. And continue my existence upon this distant star. As I dwell among these many life forms, I will continue to piece together the complete shape of their mortal hearts. I must document their progress. Oh, bespectacled engineer has disappeared. But where? Your contribution to my education is appreciated, Sucro. Indeed, I have amassed a satisfying quantity of valuable data. Now that our negotiated business is complete, however, Alpha and I will return to traveling the world. Drawing on recent experience, I am confident we can expand the radius of our ventures by a significant margin. Queh. We need not limit ourselves to Eorzea. I am now familiar with Sharlayan and Razatan, and would also like to revisit the freezing climes of Garlem... Bloop. I neglected to instruct Biggs and Wedge to upgrade my climate shielding. Blip. I will reroute my request to Deputy President Jesse. Engaging ambulation and parting salutations. Farewell, Sucro. Here I go. Alpha wiggle. Alpha gives a vigorous shake and draws forth a scrap of paper from under his wing. Queh. Seems he wants you to have it. Perhaps this is his way of thanking you. Oh. That's really good. Thank you, Alpha. Swiftly, Alpha. The road is long and we have barely begun our journey. Work. A new chapter of New Game Plus has been added. Oh, that's good too, that it's a New Game Plus one. Is Flow Together the Ultima Thule music? Like the final version of it? I think it is, but I'm not 100% certain. I guess we can find out. I'm going to use this to teleport 2 feet. Oh, is it? I think in my brain I thought that that was just Flow, and then Flow Together was the Ultima Thule. You might be right. Flow is in the title for the Vana music somewhere. We have an orchestrion for this question. Oh, the Ultima Thule theme is close in the distance. That makes sense. And you'd get it from Ultima Thule, whatever, probably. Quests, maybe. Well, here's Flow. And then... yeah, okay, this is the Vana one for sure. Vana and her fight that I had to switch to very easy. Oh, you can see all the songs you don't have, too. Somehow I didn't realize that. Wow, spoilers. Jeez, shouldn't have looked at that, huh? Anyway, I knew that was there anyway. I should stop looking at this list, probably. It's flamingo time instead. So, I guess this has been Final Fantasy XIV. That's probably it for today. It is the dancer theme, and it's also from Final Fantasy IX. I expect more Final Fantasy IX music to exist in the future, with Viper being Zidane-ish. Hoping for You're Not Alone and like maybe the basic battle musics and stuff. Anyway, this has been Final Fantasy XIV. We did a fair amount today. Next time, whenever that is, we will be beginning Pandemonium. Getting into 6.x proper in a way by doing so. Since this was mostly like 6.0 cleanup and miscellaneous stuff for a while. But yeah. Pandemonium, the Alliance raids of Endwalker are upcoming. But until then, well, thank you for petting Calico, first of all. But until then, have a good rest of your day and or night, and so on. If you're interested in all the various links, they're at the usual place, arborealrobin.card2rs.co. This is the last of 6.0 mop-up on my list anyway. To be a little more in-depth about the order of my plans. Because why not? Pandemonium, which is Alliance raids. 6.1, Mists of the Realm, which is normal raids. 6.2, some variant dungeons. This was written when there were only 2 of those, so I don't know exactly how this is going to work. 6.3, Newfound Adventure. Eureka, Orthros. 6.4, 6.5. And then like 6.55 and Tataru's Grand Endeavor and somehow further Hildebrand Adventures don't exist yet? Wait, Pandemonium is normal and Mists is Alliance? Well, my mistake then. I'm going to be doing Pandemonium first because the teaser at the end of 6.0 was about it, so it makes sense to me. Regardless, Pandemonium 6.1, Mists of the Realm 6.2, and then like variant dungeons and stuff, though there's 3 of those now, so I don't know exactly. And some of this stuff won't exist until January, which is 6.55, and then Tataru's Grand Endeavor won't be done until then, and the Hildebrand won't be done until then. So yeah. Those are the current plans for as of right now. All that said, have a good rest of your day and or night. I will see you next stream, and good night, everyone. Thanks for watching. And I appreciate all of you. Thank you. Good night.